A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, Easy Aces.
Jane Ace met and got very friendly with the young lawyer handling his first case for Mr. Neff, the man suing the Aces. It seems the young lawyer wants to make the right kind of an impression on his girl, and Jane offered to help. This episode takes place early the same evening at the Aces' bungalow, where we find Jane talking it over with her friend Marge. Listen.
Ethel, that's his girl's name. Ethel almost began to cry. Well, if there's one thing I can't stand, it's a girl crying. So what else could I do? I had to say something.
So you said you'd lend him Ace's dark coat and striped trousers. That's a fine state of affairs. The lawyer engaged for the man who's suing you for $10,000. Oh, Jane, how do you come to get into things like that?
I didn't come to get into things like that. I told you I came to ask Mr. Neff about postponing the trial until I could get the right kind of clothes to wear in court.
That's another thing. Going to the man who's suing you and asking a thing like that.
Well, what's the matter with that? After all, I know him well enough to ask him.
But Jane, it just isn't done. I'm afraid you don't realize the seriousness of this case. You and Ace are being sued for $10,000.
I know. Why does everybody keep telling me that over and over? I know all about it. Does it make any difference to Mr. Neff if he sues us next week or the week after?
No, but
so I asked him to make it a little later. I have to get the right kind of clothes if I'm going to be sued for $10,000. I have to look like I can afford to be sued.
Don't tell me that again, Jane. That's no reason why you have to run to see Mr. Neff and this lawyer of his.
Well, I didn't know his lawyer was going to be there. And when Mr. Neff first introduced me, I thought it was just some young boy because Mr. Neff didn't say it was his lawyer. Well, when he said it was his lawyer, well, I just had to laugh.
Laugh?
Yes, because he was so young. He looks like a young boy.
Yes, in fact, he is a young boy, according to your story, and working on his first case.
And then his girl came in. Her name...
I know, Ethel, and she started to cry. What was that for? I didn't get that part of the story.
Well, they want to get married. And this is the first time that he's had a chance to be a lawyer. And she said she always dreamed about his first chance and how he would look in the courtroom in a dark coat with striped trousers. And she said she just knew he couldn't win the case without wearing them. So
you want to make sure he wins the case, and you told him to come and borrow Aces. Oh, Jane, that's awful.
Well, I just couldn't let him go there without wearing them.
No, that wouldn't do, I suppose.
So I brought him over, and he tried on the coat and the trousers, and they fit just right. And he did look marvelous, Marge. I wish you could have seen him. Ethel was here, and she was so proud of him. She said he looked just like the dream she always had about him.
Yes, this whole mess sounds like a nightmare to me. Wait till Ace finds out the truth.
Oh, well, I'm not going to tell him.
Not going to tell?
No, and don't you either. What he doesn't know won't hurt.
But Jane, he's bound to find out. Won't he recognize the coat and trousers in court when your young lawyer friend comes in?
No, he won't know it's his, or even if he thinks it's his, he'll think maybe somebody got a coat and trousers just like it.
And you're not going to say anything to him about having met the lawyer Mr. Neff hired, or anything about
Not a thing. Now, don't you start it. Dumb's the word.
Okay, Jane, how do you come to get into things like this?
I told you I didn't come to... Oh, do I have to start all over again?
No, let's not go through that again. I think I get it. But I hate being a party to not letting Ace in on it. And I don't suppose it'll have any bearing on the trial. I mean, it doesn't matter if the opposing lawyer is wearing your husband's trousers and...
Oh, there he is now. I'll let him in.
Is that Ace? He's early, isn't he?
Yes, I guess he got through working early. Now, don't say anything about you-know-what.
I wish I didn't know what.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Mrs. Ace.
Hello, Mrs. Ace. Well, I didn't think it was you.
Well, I didn't want to come, but she...
Oh, honey. Well, come in, I guess.
Who is it, Jen?
It's the lawyer and his girl. Oh, come right in.
Thank you.
We just had to come back. Come right in here. Marge, this is the lawyer I was telling you about.
Johnson's my name.
How do you do? I'm Miss Hale.
I'm glad to know you, Miss Hale. Oh, this is my girl, Miss McCune. This is Miss Hale, Sugar.
Glad to know you, Miss Hale. We just had to come back.
Yes, I didn't want to. I thought you'd done enough for me already.
Well, what's the matter? Don't you like the coat, Miss Al?
Oh, yes, it fits fine. Everything's great. I tried it on again when I got it back from the tailor. Oh, I look fine in it. Of course, I had to have the trousers shortened a bit.
You what? Oh, you should see him in it. I saw him. Remember when he tried it on here this afternoon? Oh, yes. Well, you should see him in it, Miss Hale.
I'd like to. Is that an invitation?
Oh, isn't it a shame you didn't wear it over, honey?
Oh, no. I'm saving it for the courtroom.
Yes, I think you ought to, Mr. Johnson.
Well, what's the matter then?
Well, I didn't want to come over for this, but Ethel here...
I guess I made him come. But I didn't think you'd mind. You've been so kind to us. You see, Miss Hale, we're going to be married as soon as Phil wins this case. And we want to make sure that nothing will go wrong.
Well, it's none of my business. But don't you think it's a little out of the ordinary to be coming to the person who's being sued and asking for favors that will help you beat that person out of a big amount of money?
Oh, but Mrs. Ace was kind enough to offer to help us.
Oh, yes, this was unsolicited on my part. I mean the trousers and the coat.
Oh, yes, it was her idea. Wasn't it, Mrs. Ace? Yes, but I still don't know what's the matter. Why did you come back?
Well, as I said, it was Ethel's idea. I really didn't want to.
Yes, I guess I made him come. But I didn't think you'd mind you. You've been so kind.
You told us that. What is it you want now?
Well, you'd better tell her, Sugar.
No, go ahead, honey.
No, it was your idea, Sugar.
But you ought to ask her. After all, it's for you, honey.
But, Sugar, you were the one...
Oh, come on now. One of you tell the story.
Yes, why doesn't somebody tell it? Let Honey tell it.
Well, it's like this. We got to thinking that the suit looked fine, but what it really needed to set it off is, it's a pearl gray vest.
Yes, we thought a pearl gray vest.
Yes, every outfit like that has a pearl gray vest.
What is she laughing about? Miss Hale, this is a very serious matter.
I'm sorry. It just struck me as being so...
Oh, I see your point of view, Miss Hale. I mean, if Ethel here hadn't asked me
But
to,
I told you she wouldn't mind, would you, Mrs. Ace?
A pearl gray vest. I'm trying to think. I don't think my husband wears a pearl gray vest.
Oh, but he must. No outfit like that is complete without one.
No, I don't think he does. Did you ever notice it, Marge?
I doubt it. After all, you know, Mr. Johnson, this dark coat and the striped trousers aren't an outfit. They're the coat of one suit and the trousers of another. They're two different suits.
Oh, then he hasn't got a pearl gray vest.
I'm afraid he hasn't.
Oh, well, then, I don't know.
You want to return the coat and the trousers?
Oh, no, he doesn't.
Well, I'm afraid, Mrs. Ace.
Well, wait, maybe we can think of something.
Oh, but without a pearl gray vest, I guess I might as well bring back the...
Oh, well, now, wait. Now, let's think of something, Marge.
I'm afraid there's nothing we can do. Mr. Johnson seems to be looking gift horse in the mouth.
Yes, hold your gift horse, Mr. Johnson. We'll think of something. Oh, I know. He's got a gray suit with a gray vest, and he never wears a vest, especially in the summer. I'll give you that.
Is it pearl gray?
I think so, sort of, anyhow. It's right in this closet here. Just a minute, I'll see.
Oh, I hope it's pearl gray.
And so do I.
Well, just to make it unanimous, so do I.
Oh, here it is. I told you he never wears it. He's wearing his gray suit today. Here's the vest. It's sort of pearl gray.
That's pearl gray.
Oh, it is.
Yes, it's close enough.
Do you think it's pearl enough?
Oh, I think so. You mind if I try it on?
Oh, well, maybe you better not, because my husband's coming home any minute, and, well, you
see, Mrs. Ace hasn't told her husband about the lending of his clothes to the opposing lawyer.
Oh, well, I don't want you to think of me as an opposing lawyer.
No, but you are, aren't you?
Yes, but in this matter, I want you to think of me more as, well, if you will, as a friend.
A friend who will be suing for $10,000.
Oh, but Miss Hale, don't think I don't appreciate everything Mrs. Ace has done for us. Ethel and I both do. Don't we, Sugar?
Oh, we sure do.
Oh, and you can't get away from the fact that you will be suing her for $10,000 in a few days.
Not I, Miss Hale. Don't lose sight of the facts. It's my client, Mr. Neff.
Yes, he's not suing me, Marge. It's Mr. Neff.
Yes, but he'll be cross-examining you in court.
Oh, he will not.
Oh, won't he?
Will you?
I'm afraid I'll have to, Mrs. Ace. I told you the coat and trousers and now the vest won't make the slightest difference in the case. After all, I am a lawyer first.
No, well-dressed one second.
But you don't have to cross-examine me, do you?
Oh, yes, that's law, Mrs. Ace.
Oh, but why cross? Can't we be friendly?
What is he laughing about?
Nothing, I'm afraid. No, I don't like to break up this friendly little gathering, but I really do think you'd better be going before Mr. Ace gets home. He might think it's, peculiar, to say the least.
Yes, I don't want him to know about the coat and the trousers and now this vest. Oh, wait, I better wrap it up for you.
Oh, thank you.
This newspaper here will be all right, I guess.
I'm just dying to see how you're looking it, honey.
I'll try it on with the coat and trousers when I get home. Oh, I'm sure it'll make all the difference in the world.
Here you are. It's not a very neat bundle.
Oh, that's fine, and thank you again. Just too bad that we have to meet in court next week as enemies. shall we say, friendly enemies?
All right.
I wish it were you I was a lawyer for.
Yes, isn't it a shame? I guess it's too late to change.
Oh,
now.
yes, it's too late for that.
Yes, I thought it would be.
After all, my first duty is to my clients, but after this unfortunate lawsuit is over and Ethel and I are married...
Oh, you're going to be married so soon?
Yes, ma'am.
As soon as he wins his first case, and I'm sure he's going to win this one. Oh, you must win it, honey.
Oh, I will. With you as my inspiration.
Oh, heavens, there's Ace.
Oh, don't say anything about the vest.
Oh, I won't.
I'll hold the package, honey. He won't get
Yeah,
out.
he won't think you've got a vest. I'll better let him in.
I'm afraid of this next scene.
Oh, we'll leave right away.
Yes, I think you better plan on that.
Oh, hello, dear.
Hello.
You're early, aren't you? Some friends of mine just dropped in, but they're just going.
Friend?
Oh, Mr. Johnson, this is Mr. Ace, and this is Miss McCune, Mr. Ace. Mr. Johnson and Miss McCune were just leaving, and I was showing them to the door. Right this way, folks.
Yes, we were just...
Right here, Mr.
Thanks
Johnson.
for everything, Mrs. Hayes.
Thanks for what?
Goodbye. Goodbye, Miss McCune.
Goodbye.
Well, what was all that?
Oh, what?
Those people, I never saw them before. Who are they?
Well, they're just some people.
Some people. And what was that package that...
Oh, that was, well, he was selling something. See, too, practically giving it away.
Giving it away. He looked like he'd give you the sleeves out of his vest.
No, that's just it. He didn't have it. What'd you say, dear?
What? Well, at any rate, Jane has the opposing lawyer in shape to start the suit against the Aces. Just how the case comes along, we learn when next we meet the Easy Aces.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Night After Night. Everything from soup to Jell-O. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the best way I know to describe a really complete meal. For Jell-O adds to any table that grand final touch of pleasure and perfection. Its rich, glowing color is a tempting invitation to pick up that spoon and start right in on this swell, inviting dessert. And just to taste it is to know the ultimate in good things to eat. Yes, there's nothing more attractive than a bright, shimmering mold of delicious Jell-O. And there's certainly nothing more delightful than Jell-O's rare, distinctive flavor, as enticing and refreshing as the juicy, ripe fruit itself. So, friends, make the next meal really complete by topping it off with a top-notch Jell-O dessert made with any of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. Ask your grocer for several packages of Jell-O tomorrow. And when you buy, look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. That was Night After Night, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our master of ceremonies, a man
Hold
who...
it, Don, hold it. Just a minute. Jack isn't here yet.
Well, where is he?
Well, he's out in the hall talking to Orson Welles on the telephone.
You mean Orson Welles, the famous actor?
Yeah.
What's he talking to him about?
Well, it's a long story. Jack is still burned up because he didn't win the Academy Award this year. So from now on, he's going in for heavy dramatic stuff. And right now, he's trying to get Orson Welles to coach him. Ain't that a Lulu?
But, gee, Mr. Benny's a comedian. What does he want dramatic lessons for?
That's what I say. You ought to stick to them big shoes and baggy pants. I better go out in the hall and get him, though.
Yeah, tell him to make it snappy. We're on the air.
Okay.
Yes, I understand, Orson. Yes. Yes. Quite. Oh, but definitely. Very well, Orson. I shall be expecting you within the hour.
Hey, Jackson, we're waiting for you.
I'll be there in a minute, Phil, old boy. By the way, Orson, shall I send my car for you, or will you take a cab? Oh, very well. I shall be looking forward to your visit. Thanks very much. Goodbye. Well, that's that.
Hey, kind of putting on the dog there, wasn't you?
Phil, don't say wasn't you. Hurts my ears.
Well, get a load of him. He talks to Orson Welles for 2 minutes, and my English ain't good enough for him.
And don't say ain't. Heaven.
Oh, stop with that highbrow stuff. What are you trying to do, make me feel subconscious?
That's self-conscious. And listen, Phil, when Orson Welles gets here, will you do me a favor and talk just with your hands? I'll tell him you've got laryngitis or something. Come on, let's go inside.
Yes, let's join the others. Hip, hip.
Gee, you're funny. You know, Phil, it's amazing that you haven't got your own program.
Well, I may have one of these days. I often dream about my own show.
Oh, you do? Well, maybe I can arrange for the Sandman to tear up your option. Come on, subconscious. Oh, hello, Dennis. Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Don. Sorry I'm late.
Oh, that's all right, Jack. Shall I go ahead now with your introduction?
No, don't bother. Let it go tonight.
Well, no build-up for the star, huh?
It isn't necessary, Phil. I think I'm fairly well known, don't you?
You're darn tootin'. Everybody knows you, Mr. Benny. Why, your name is famous from coast to coast.
Well, thanks, Dennis.
That kid'll work next year.
That's not flattery, Phil. I've been in show business for a long time, and naturally, my name has become more or less familiar.
Well, let me tell you something, Jackson. When I go out on the road with my band, I hit a lot of towns where they've never even heard of you.
No kidding.
That's a fact.
Well, Phil, in the kind of towns you play, you can get 8 to 1 that shoes are a passing fancy. You never played a town yet where you didn't have to get off a train and get on a bus, get off the bus and get on a horse, get off the horse and crawl through the brush. You've got the only band in the world with a folding bass drum. Say, Don.
Yes, Jack?
I meant to tell you, I just spoke to Orson Welles on the phone. He's coming over in a little while.
Well, Phil mentioned something about it. He said that you wanted Mr. Welles to coach you in dramatics.
Yes, and he has consented to help me out.
Gee, Mr. Benny, you're a swell actor now. You don't need any coaching.
Yes, I do, Dennis.
That's right.
Don't change your mind so fast. You know, Don, I've been doing comedy for a long time in radio and pictures, and, I don't know, comedy is all right in a way, but I've decided to go in for deeper things. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Mr. Welles will be here pretty soon, so I think you ought to get your song over with. Have you got something ready?
Yes, Mr. Benny. This being St. Patrick's Day, I'm going to sing a real old Irish folk song called Fill the Fluter's Ball.
Well, that's very apropos. Go ahead, Dennis.
Okay.
Hey, Jack, I forgot to ask you, how's Mary getting along?
Mary, she's much better, Don, but she'll have to stay in bed a couple more days.
Well, I'm glad she's improving.
Hey, what's the matter with Mary?
Oh, she had a bad... Dennis, you can close your mouth. We're going to talk for a while.
Okay.
She had a bad cold, Phil. I think it was a touch of the flu, but she's getting along fine.
Has Mary got a nurse?
Yes, Phil, and she's gorgeous.
Well, all right.
And her husband, who was 6'4" and could break you right in two, isn't bad looking either. Sing, Dennis. I think there'll be no more interruptions.
Have you heard of Bill the Fluter of the town of Ballymuck? The times were going hard with him, in fact the man was rough. So he just sent out a notice to his neighbors, one and all, as how he'd like their company that evening at a ball. And when right now he was careful to suggest to them, if they found a hat of his convenient to the door, the more they put in, whenever he requested them, the better would the music be for dancing on the floor. With the toot of the flute and the twiddle of the fiddle, oh, hopping in the middle like a heron on the griddle, oh, down, hands around, crossing to the wall, oh, hadn't we the gaiety at Bill the Fluter's Ball? Then Then little Mickey Mulligan got up to show them how, and then the widow Cafferty stepped out and makes her vow. I could dance you off your legs, says she, as sure as you were born. You'll only make the piper play if our hair was in the corn. So Phil plays up to the best of his ability. The lady and the gentleman begin to do their share. Say, Pat and Nick, it's you that has agility. Begorra, Mrs. Cafferty, you're leaping like a hare. With the toots of the flutes and the twiddle of the fiddle-o, hopping in the middle like a heron on the griddle-o. Up, down, hands around, crossing through the wall. Oh, hadn't we the gaiety at Phil the Fruiter's ball? Then Phil the Fruiter tipped a wink to little crooked Pat. I think it's nearly time to see for passing round the hat. So Paddy passed the hat around and looking mighty cute, says you've got to pay the piper when he tooters on the flute. Then all joined in with the greatest joviality, covering the buckle and the shuffle and the cut. Jigs were dance of the very finest quality, but the widow beat the company at handle in the foot. With the toots of the flutes and the twiddle of the fiddle-o, hopping in the middle like a heron on the griddle-o. Up, down, hands around, crossing through the wall. Oh, hadn't we the gaiety at Phil the Fruiter's ball?
Hear that, Doll? That was Phil the Fluter's Ball, sung by Dennis Day, a real Irishman. You know, Dennis, it's a funny thing, but you're the only Irishman I ever met that I can lick.
Don't be too sure about that, buddy.
I guess I picked the wrong day, folks. Say, I wonder what's keeping Orson. He ought to be here pretty soon.
Well, Jack, you must remember that Mr. Wells is a very busy man. Between his radio program and directing, producing, and acting in pictures, he has plenty to do.
Oh, I know. He has a heavy schedule.
In fact, I don't know how he ever finds time to come down here and help you out.
Well, you see, Don, he and I are old friends. We went to high school together.
High school together? Why, Orson Welles is only 24 years old.
Phil, he graduated from high school at the age of 5. Don't you read the magazine? Why, when he was 7, he played Uncle Tom, Simon Legree, Little Eva, and the cabin in Uncle Tom's Cabin. So don't tell me about Orson Welles.
Pretty smart youngster, huh?
Not only smart, Don, but he grew up so fast. Why, he used to wear diapers with cuffs on them. Oh, what a kid. Huh?
So he's going to coach you, eh, Mr. Benny?
Yes, Dennis, in dramatic art. And I'll tell you one thing, fellas. With his technique and my feeling for the finer things, who knows what results I can attain? Who knows where I can go?
If Mary was here, she'd have a suggestion.
No doubt. But I'm quite serious, Phil. Anyway, when Orson gets here... Oh, gosh, that must be him. Come in.
Pardon me, has Mr. Wells arrived yet?
No, not yet.
I'm his secretary, Miss Wentworth. If you don't mind, I'll wait for him.
Oh, no. Come right in.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Harris, will you please show Miss Wentworth to a chair?
Sure, park the chassis here, babe.
Phil, make yourself comfortable, Miss Wentworth. Now, as I was saying, fellas, when Mr. Wells gets here, I don't want any heckling. Just behave yourselves while we're rehearsing.
Well, what do you intend doing tonight, Jack? Goodbye, Mr. Chips?
Oh, no, Don. We're going to work up to that gradually. First, he's going to teach me dramatic delivery and enunciation and how to breathe. Isn't that right, Miss Wentworth?
I can hear you breathing way over here.
I mean correctly. You know, fellas, there's a way of breathing when you read lines that's... Pardon me. Hello? Mr. Wells? Oh, he hasn't arrived yet, but I'll have him call you. Goodbye. Well...
Who was that, Mr. Benny?
It was... Oh, darn it, I was so excited I forgot to ask.
Well, you're a fine secretary.
You're the secretary, not me.
Well, then why did you answer the phone?
Because it's my phone, that's why. I forgot to ask the man's name, so what?
Mr. Wells won't like it.
Look, miss, don't worry about that. The party will probably call back again, and when they do, I'll... Come in?
Excuse me, is this Studio B?
Yes, sir.
I was to meet Mr. Wells here. I'm Mr. Stone, his secretary.
His secretary? Then who's Miss Wentworth?
She's his private secretary. I am right out in the open.
Oh. Well, come right in. Mr. Wells should be here any moment.
Thank you. How do you do, Miss Wentworth?
Good evening, Mr. Stone.
Gee, that Orson's a pretty busy guy, ain't he?
Phil, I warned you about saying ain't.
Oh, that's right. He's a pretty busy guy, am he not?
Just let it go, Phil. Now, Don, I wish that you and
Here's
Dennis...
a script the Theater Guild sent from New York.
Thank you.
And by the way, there was a phone call from Mr. Wells, but Mr. Benny failed to get the name.
Oh, that's terrible.
Well, I said I was excited, and I made a mistake. I'm sorry.
Mr. Wells won't like it.
Nuts to Mr. Wells. Gee, you'd think I'd murdered somebody. Now, Don, gee. Now, Don, as I was saying, if you and Dennis would be... Now what? Come in?
Pardon me, I'm looking for Studio B.
He isn't here yet. Have a seat.
Good morning, Mr. Wells.
Good evening, Mr. Wells.
Good evening, Mr. Wells. Oh, Orson! Orson, come right in. Well, I sure didn't know you there for a second. Well, I'm glad you were able to make it, Orson. I was wondering...
Mr. Stone, did Gabriel send in those sketches? The costumes for the picture will be needing them soon, you know. Yes, Mr. Wells. I received that script from the Theater Guild. Good. Let me see it. Here you are, sir. Looks like a very interesting play.
Well...
However, to finish the second act, we'll need polishing.
Gee. Oh, Orson... Before we get started, I'd like to have you meet some of the members.
Miss Wentworth, did you cable Mr. Miller about the American rights to his new production, the one that opened last week in London?
Yes, I did, Mr. Wells. And by the way, just before you arrived, a phone call came for you. But Mr. Benny didn't get the name.
Stool pigeon. I was excited, Orson.
That's all right, Jack, but watch those things in the future.
I will, yes. Now, Orson, before we get started, I'd like to have you meet the members of my cast. This is our announcer, Don Wilson.
How do you do, Mr. Wilson?
It's a pleasure, I'm sure.
And this is Dennis Day, our young tenor.
Mr. Day?
How do you do? Dennis, don't curtsy. You know, he's so polite. And, oh, yes, this is our orchestra leader, Phil Harris.
Good evening, Mr. Harris.
Hi, Orson. Still scaring people?
Phil! Don't pay any attention to him, Orson. He's always like that.
Oh, I don't mind. He's rather amusing in his own barbaric way.
Barbaric, that's very good.
By the way, Jack, where's Miss Livingston?
Oh, Mary's home in bed, Orson. She has a rather heavy cold.
Oh, that's too bad. Has she got a nurse?
I checked on that, Bob. No soap.
Oh, what coarse language, Orson. I don't know where he picks those things up.
No, just the same, he's a very interesting study. Don't you think?
Oh, yes. Yes, I think, yes. Now, Orson, I think we ought to get started with my rehearsal. Did you have anything in mind for the first lesson?
First lesson, I see. Benny. Oh, yes. You see, Jack, the reason you haven't gone as far dramatically as you feel you should is because you've been selecting the wrong vehicles.
I have?
Definitely. For instance, if your goal is the Academy Award, as you say it is, you should concentrate... Oh, pardon me, Jack. There's something I must do. Miss Wentworth.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Take a telegram to Mayor LaGuardia, New York City.
Yes, sir.
You see, Jack, you should concentrate on the heavier and more legitimate type of drama.
I understand. Now, what would you suggest, Orson?
Dear Mayor LaGuardia. Received your telegram, and if I'm in New York on the 29th, we'll be only too happy to attend the banquet.
Well.
However, we'll let you know in plenty of time if I ain't coming.
Hey! Why, Orson, you said ain't! Oh, Orson. I'm surprised.
Well, Jack, the use of the word ain't is sometimes permissible. You see, in this instance, by using ain't, I saved a word in a telegram.
Oh.
That's all, Miss Wentworth.
Yes, sir.
Now, Jack, where were we?
Well, you were about to suggest a proper vehicle for me.
Oh, yes. Now, the type of play that would offer you the greatest scope for emotional histrionics would be a literary classic, something like The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
The Hunchback of Notre Dame? You mean Charles Lawton's part?
Exactly.
Well, gee, that would be swell. Mr. Christian, come here! How's that?
That's from Mutiny on the Bounty.
Oh.
Jack, you were pretty far away from Hunchback.
He was pretty far away from Lawton, too.
We don't need any comments from you, Phil. You're barbaric. Well, Orson, if The Hunchback is a play you feel I ought to do, let's try it out. I'm your obedient servant. Shall we get started?
Yes. Mr. Stone, did you bring the script of The Hunchback with you?
Here it is, Mr.
Good.
Wells.
Now, Jack, here's a scene that we can start out with, which I think gives...
Pardon me, Orson. Come in.
Excuse me, is Mr. Wells here?
Why, yes, he is.
It's your tailor, Mr. Wells.
Oh, come in, Max. You might as well measure me right now.
Okay, Mr. Wells. Mark this down, Sam.
Right. Now, Jack, I think we can take this scene where the King of France meets the gypsy dancing girl, Esmeralda. Now, let's glance at it a minute.
Next, 15 and a half. 15 and a half. Chest, 42. 42. Weight, 36. 36. Leg, 29. 29. Come on, Sam. Goodbye, Mr. Wells.
Gee.
Yes, I think this scene will be fine.
Well, I'll do my best, Orson. Now, do you...
Oh, Miss Wentworth.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Take a memo to the tailor. No cuffs on the diapers.
Now, Orson, as I was saying, do you think I ought to give my own interpretation of The Hunchback, or should I mimic Charles Lawson? In other words... Oh, darn it. Excuse me. Hello? What? What? London? London, England?
I think that's me, Jack.
Gee, London.
Hello? Oh, hello, Miller. So nice of you to call. Yes. I've heard splendid comment on your London production. I'd like very much to do it.
Gee, all the way from London.
I understand, Miller, but the Theater Guild has sent me a script which I may have to do first.
Gee whiz, I never...
Yes.
Phil, you better play something. This may take all day.
Yes.
My goodness, what a busy man.
Here's the point, Miller. I'm committed to the Guild till May 30th. However, if you could arrange to hold the American rights...
Woodpecker song played by Phil Harris and his orchestra, accompanied by Orson Welles on the telephone. And Phil, I'm very glad to see... Phil, I'm very glad to see that you're not a hypocrite.
What do you mean, hypocrite?
I mean, your music was the same as always. You didn't play good just because we have a distinguished visitor. Well, Orson, shall we get started with The Hunchback of Notre Dame? I'm raring to go.
Oh, wait just a minute, Jack. Mr. Wells, I have an important message to deliver right now, and I wish you'd listen to it and give me your frank opinion.
I'd be glad to, Mr. Wilson.
Don, Orson is here to help me.
Well, this will just take a second, Jack.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, next time you're in the mood for attempting an appetizing dessert, go to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O. You will find it's not only economical and easy to make, but comes in 6 delicious flavors. So be sure to insist on genuine Jell-O and look for the big red letters on the box.
Wow.
How was that, Mr. Wells?
Very good, very good. But I wish there was some place you could bring elephants in there.
Elephants? What an imagination, huh? Well, let's get to me now, eh, Orson?
All right, Jack. I see you're ready to play the Hunchback. What did you do, stuff a pillow up your back?
No, that's my knapsack. I'm going to a scout meeting later. Say, Orson, I was just thinking, of course, I don't want to complain or anything, but as I remember in the picture, Quasimodo, the Hunchback, had very little to say. In fact, all he did was grunt and groan, and that's not very dramatic, is it? Eh?
Well, that's where you're wrong, Jack. A groan or a grunt, if properly delivered, can convey as much emotion as a whole page of dialogue.
Well, perhaps you're right, although I never thought of it that way.
Now tell me, Jack, can you groan?
Groan?
You ought to hear him on payday.
Well, you're the only one I resent paying. Well, now that you've explained it, Orson, I think I can handle it all right.
Very good, then let's get started. Now, this particular scene calls for the King of France. I'll play that. Frollo, the King's High Justice. I'll play that, too. Quasimodo, the Hunchback.
That must be me.
Yes, and Esmeralda, the gypsy girl, Miss Wentworth. Would you care to help us out, please?
Delighted, Mr. Wells.
Now, Orson, I noticed in the script here that Quasimodo rings the bells in the tower of Notre Dame. Do you want me to ring them?
No, I'll handle the bells.
Oh.
Incidentally, Jack,
Yeah.
at the finish of this particular scene, you have a very dramatic speech where you tell Esmeralda not to be afraid of you. It's really the high spot of the play.
Oh, well, I'll sure try and get it right, Orson.
All right, then let's proceed. We open first with Esmeralda and Frollo. Now, quiet, everybody.
Quiet, everybody. Mr. Wells is about to rehearse.
You have the first line, Miss Wentworth.
Yes, sir. Let me go. Don't touch me. You have the hands of the devil.
Wait, for such talk I could have you burned at the stake. I am the law.
Yes, the law that drives my people out of town.
You deserve it. You are thieves and swindlers. You are lazy and you live by magic tricks and sorcery.
But you don't know the gypsies.
I don't want to know them. I want to wipe them with fire and sword, every one of them.
How was that, Orson?
Just grown once, Jack.
Oh, well, the second one was an encore. Go ahead.
Now, at this point, King Louis XI of France enters the scene. Esmeralda speaks.
Oh, thank heaven, the king approaches. Maybe he will listen to me.
You will be heard. I will help you, my child.
Your Majesty.
But you must give me a good reason. They say you are a lot of thieves.
Oh, no, Your Majesty. Whenever we steal, it is because we are hungry. Help us, child. Please help us.
I will help you. You and your people will suffer no longer. Back to your people, my child, and tell them that their king will see that they have food and shelter, and that in the future they shall be unmolested.
For this, I went to bed early last night. Now, look, Orson.
Yes.
Orson, look. Orson, I don't know what's wrong. But I don't feel those groans. No, really, maybe I ain't breathing right.
Jack, don't say ain't. It's bad English.
Well, for heaven's sake, you said it.
That was in a telegram.
Oh, well, Miss Wentworth, take a wire to Mr. Wells. Dear Orson, I ain't breathing right. And another thing, Orson, when do I get to that long speech of mine?
It's right here at the top of the next page. Esmeralda speaks again. Continue, Miss Wentworth.
Oh, thank you, Your Majesty. My people will always be grateful.
Rest easy, my child. And now, goodbye.
Goodbye, sire. Oh, wait, Your Majesty. Who is this ugly, misshapen creature that is staring at me? I'm frightened.
That's your cue, Jack.
Oh, yes.
It is I, Quasimodo. Do not be terrified of me. I am not a man and not a beast. Yet I am human, too. I have a heart and it wants to others.
Hey, wait a minute, Orson. You're drowning out my voice.
Well, the script calls for bells.
I don't care. You don't have to ring them that loud, do you?
I'm sorry. Try your speech again. Oh, Mr. Stone. Will you ring the bells this time? I want to watch Mr. Benny. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Jack.
It is I, Quasimodo. Do not be terrified of me. I am not a man and not a beast, but more look down upon
Hello?
the leader.
Yes, he's here.
Yes,
you
I
as
am
well.
human,
You're
too.
calling.
Thank you.
I have a heart that wants to
hello,
others.
Harrington.
But people drive me off as though I were the
When do you think I'll get those
because my
proofs of the
soul
book?
is in prison in an
Now,
ugly
see here,
body.
you promised that
It
2 weeks
reaches,
ago.
the more painfully to all that is beautiful.
That is why I look at you. You are very beautiful. And when you come for me inside, why not me inside? Now for crying out loud. How can I act with all this going on, for heaven's sake? Oh, Mr. Bells, your suit is ready for a fitting.
Thank you, Max. I'll try it on here.
Oh, the heck with it. Play, Phil. What I go through for a career.
Folks, if you're looking for a swell dessert to serve for Easter dinner next Sunday, look no farther. Because here it is, the whole answer in a pastry shell, Jell-O Easter tarts, each one heaped to the brim with clear golden orange Jell-O and several sections of tender, juicy oranges. Yes, believe me, it's a glorious treat, and just as simple as it is satisfying. To make it, all you do is dissolve 1 package of orange Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water. Chill until slightly thickened. Divide 3 medium oranges into sections, drain them, and arrange in 8 baked tart shells. Fill the shells with Jell-O, chill, and then, if desired, garnish with whipped cream before serving. The result, ladies and gentlemen, is a truly marvelous dessert. So plan now to highlight next Sunday's dinner with one of the most delicious and intriguing treats you've ever tasted. Jell-O Easter tarts, a grand combination of plump, juicy oranges and rich, brilliant orange Jell-O.
This is the last number of the 24th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Say, Orson, I'm sorry I blew up the way I did, but I would like to become a dramatic actor.
Well, Jack, those things take time, but I'll tell you what. Come over to my show next Sunday. We're going to do June Moon, and there's a swell part in it for you.
Well, gee, I'll be glad to. Will I have to groan much?
No, Jack. There isn't a single groan in the entire play.
Oh, gosh, and just when I had it down pat. Good night, doll.
Broadcasting Company. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Yes, Yes, Yes in Your Eyes. Snowy white Easter rabbits, gaily colored Easter eggs, flower-bedecked Easter bonnets, red, blue, white, green, yellow. Everywhere you turn on Easter, the keynote is color. In fact, that's one reason why so many thousands of families today choose a beautiful Jell-O dessert for dinner. Jell-O is as bright and colorful as an Easter parade. A perfect picture of tempting goodness, the center of attention at every table. And believe me, it's every bit as appetizing as it is attractive. Jell-O, you know, comes in 6 brilliant, shimmering colors. And whichever you choose, you get a world of swell, delicious flavor, rich, tangy flavor, and a refreshment that rivals the ripe, juicy fruit itself. So enjoy this grand dessert often. Ask your grocer for several packages of Jell-O tomorrow. And when you buy, look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. That was There's Yes, Yes in Your Eyes, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you a man who last Sunday gave us his interpretation of the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Now, I will not say that his performance surpassed Charles Laughton.
Well, no.
I will not even say that his performance equaled Charles Laughton.
Well,
In fact, let's forget about Laughton and bring you Jack Benny. Thank you.
Jell-O again, this is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, when you criticize my performance last Sunday, well, that's just silly. That's like trying to run down the Gettysburg Address. It can't be done.
In other words, Jack, you feel that you made history last Sunday night.
Definitely. Now, I'll concede I can't become a great dramatic actor in 1 week. But you'll have to admit that when I played Quasimodo the Hunchback, I got off to a flying start.
Well, Jack, to tell you the truth, I was only kidding, because I thought you gave a swell performance, and I thought Orson Welles was excellent as the King of France.
Oh, he was, and he's a very fine teacher, too.
He certainly is. Oh, by the way, Jack, what are you paying him for lessons?
I don't know, Don. I'll just wait till he sends me a bill, and then we'll get down to business. At that time, we'll see who's the better actor. But you know, Don, a lot of people stop me during the week and mention how much they enjoyed our program. I wonder if the newspapers had any comment on it.
I didn't run across anything, Jack.
Did you happen to see anything, Dennis?
No, I didn't, Mr. Benny.
Well, you'd think that... Say, Phil, you didn't see anything in the papers about our last Sunday's broadcast, did you?
There was nothing in the racing form about it.
Well, of course there wasn't. But you know, fellas, with Orson Welles on the show, you'd think that some newspaper would have...
Oh, say, Jack, come to think of it, I did hear that some columnist covered it last Monday. I think it was Ed Sullivan.
Ed Sullivan? Well, what did he have to say?
I didn't read it myself, but they tell me it was quite favorable.
Quite favorable? Don, listen to this. I got a copy of it right here. Get this.
Well, for heaven's sake, if you got a copy of it with you, why did you ask everybody if they'd seen anything in the paper?
Because I didn't want to be a ham unless it was absolutely necessary. Now, get a load of this. Here's what Ed Sullivan says. Says the Jello program last night was highlighted by the appearance of Mr. Orson Welles, whose performance as the king in the Hunchback of Notre Dame was, while Jack Benny gave a vivid characterization as Quasimodo the Hunchback. Mr. Benny's groans and grunts were the greatest thing since Strangler Lewis retired. How's that?
Gee, that's swell, Mr. Benny.
You're darn tootin'. That Strangler Lewis was no slouch. There's a lot more here, fellas, but that gives you an idea.
That's very nice, Jack. I'd like to have a copy of that review.
Here, Don, take this. I happen to have another one in my pocket. Here.
May I have a look at it, Mr. Benny?
Yes, Dennis, you can have this other one.
Hey, Dennis, let me have that clipping when you get through with it. I want to pass it around to the boys in my band.
Okay.
Here, Phil, I happen to have 7 or 8 more copies with me. Pass these around.
Oh, boy, what a guy. He gets his name in a column and buys every newspaper in town.
I didn't do it to be egotistical. I just bought those papers because I believe in buying things. You know, I'm trying to bring back prosperity.
Well, if you ever loosen up, you're just the guy that can do it.
Oh, stop, Phil. You're just jealous because I got a little publicity. Now, let me tell you something, Phil. You'd get good notices, too, if you try to improve yourself like I do. I mean, instead of giving us those hot swing tunes all the time, why don't you play something more elevating?
You mean them classics?
Them or those. That's what I mean. Would add a little dignity to the program.
Well, I can give you that kind of stuff. Just name it. You want something from William Tell or Rigoletto or Fawcett?
That's pop. Fawcett. Something from Fawcett, Phil, is a glass of water. You wouldn't recognize that either. What a band. You know, Phil, you've got 3 violin players who sit there week after week, play piece after piece, and no one can hear them.
Well, that's because my brass section is too loud.
Well, for heaven's sake, why don't you make them quiet down?
They got something on me.
Well, as long as you're on a spot, I forgive you. But it just seems a shame that you have... Well, look who's here. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, fellas.
Well, hello, Mary. Hello. Glad to have you back. Well, you hear that applause, Mary? Everybody missed you last Sunday.
How are you feeling, Mary?
Oh, I'm much better, Don, but I was a pretty sick girl, believe me. Oh, boy, did I have a cold.
Pretty bad, huh?
I'll say. Sugar Plum said I had a temperature of 103.
Sugar Plum?
That's my doctor.
Oh. Pet names already, huh? What is this, a romance?
Not yet, but if I have a relapse, I'll get 'em.
I see.
So you're kind of stuck on your doctor, eh, Mary?
Gee. Right now, I wouldn't eat an apple for $1,000.
Well, let me tell you something, Mary, and this is for your own protection. Don't have a doctor around just because he's good looking. Does this fellow know anything about medicine?
Does he? He graduated from Warner Brothers.
Oh. Well, that studio is practically the Johns Hopkins of the West. But I'll tell you one thing, Mary. You better take care of yourself from now on.
Yes, sir. We need you on this program.
That's right. Yeah, you should have been here last Sunday, Mary, and watched Jackson make a monkey out of himself.
Make a monkey out of myself?
That's right.
Dennis, you don't have to agree with everybody. Say, Mary, you heard the show last week. I did all right with that Charles Lawton part, didn't I?
Sugar Plum didn't like it.
Who cares about Sugar Plum? I asked you what you thought of it.
I thought it was all right, but gee, Jack, ever since you got this acting bug, you've gone haywire.
What do you mean?
You should see the way he walks around Beverly Hills, fellas, all dressed up and carrying a cane.
A cane?
Why, certainly I was carrying a cane because I hurt my leg in Yosemite.
What were the spats for, bandages?
Mary, I went in the store to buy a cane, and there was a special on. Cane spats and a pound of peanut brittle, $4.50. Anyway, I wasn't trying to show off. A lot of actors wear spats.
Wait a minute. Nobody wears spats in Southern California. It's too hot here.
Without socks? What are you talking about? Besides, this had nothing to do with my performance last Sunday.
Say, Mary, did you see one of those clippings about Jack from Ed Sullivan's column?
Did I? Jack pasted them on Easter eggs and hid them all over my house.
Mary, I just did that to take your mind off your sickness, that's all. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Let's have a song and put an end to all this heckling.
Gee, I meant to tell you, Mr. Benny, I got a pretty sore throat today, and I don't think I'll be able to sing.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, why didn't you tell me sooner? Fine time to tell me. Now I can't bring in another tenor.
Yeah. I'm not so dumb, am I?
No, yet not so deep as a well. But you put me in a spot here.
Oh, no, he hasn't, Jackson. Mary and I can sing a song, can't we, Mary?
Yeah, Harris and Livingston. Anything from Dardanella to Fawcett.
Well, we're stuck, but we'll have to make the best of it. Hit it, boys.
Well, it looks like I'm in the doghouse.
Yes, Phil, you pulled the bloomer.
Well, I'll say this thing of being crowded behind that 8-ball
is more than just a rumor.
Oh, now look, honey, look. All I can say is...
I know, I haven't any sense of humor.
Well, what if I did stay out kind of late?
Yeah, but you were coming from another date.
Well, holy smokes, can't you take a joke?
Okay, Phil, look. How about that lipstick on your tie?
Honey, don't say lipstick. You know I'm crazy about cherry pie.
Holy smoke.
Well, can't you take a joke? Look, if you don't believe me, why don't you sit down and write to Beatrice Fairfax?
That's what I'm gonna do.
Be sure while you're writing, honey, that you only give her the bareback.
She'll say I'm cuckoo.
Now, wait. Now, you know I didn't mean to tell those lies.
I know. It must have been 2 other guys.
Well, holy smoke, can't you take a joke? I don't know why you're always squawking. After all, I saw you out with another man.
Oh, Phil, don't be silly. That was just my Uncle Dan.
Oh, holy smoke.
Can't you take the joke?
Well, then tell me something. Where did you get that great, big, beautiful limousine?
Oh, I won that out of one of those claw machines.
Oh, holy smoke.
Can't you take the joke?
You know, Mary, the reason I check up is because I'm jealous.
Yeah?
I'm awfully jealous of everything you do.
Oh, Phil, look, I don't want those handsome fellas. All I want is you.
You kids are cute. Well, now look, let's let all this silly talk cease.
Well, gee, can't an uncle just kiss his knee?
There you go. Holy smoke. Can't you take a joke?
That was Holy Smoke, played by the orchestra, with a vocal refrain by Harris and Livingston. This sterling team will appear tomorrow night at Barney's Beanery on the $1 dinner. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Gee, Miss Livingston, you sang that number swell.
Thank you, Dennis.
You too, Mr. Harris. You're great.
Thanks.
Gosh, you've got a voice like a lark.
Yes, lark meaning the train that runs between here and San Francisco. Toot, toot. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a surprise announcement. Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American playwright, has written another of his famous one-act dramas entitled Love's Young Dream. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
The time is spring, and the scene is a honeymoon cottage all covered with ivy. It is the new home of Mr. and Mrs. Oliver J. Snodgrass, who have just eloped and been married. As we pick them up, the happy couple is arriving at their little love nest for the first time. Curtains, music.
Well, here we are, darling. 33 Maple Street. Our own little home.
Oh, it's beautiful, sweetheart. We'll be so happy here.
Yeah. Gee, just think. 20 minutes ago, your name was Myrtle Moonfinkel. And now...
I'm a snot in the grass.
That's Snodgrass.
Oh.
Gee, our own little home. Well, let's go inside, honey. You go first.
No, you go first, Oliver.
No, I don't want to. You go first.
No, you go first.
3 hours later.
Ah, honey, you go first.
Oh, let's go in together.
All right. Oh, Myrtle, stop. Gee, Myrtle, isn't it romantic eloping? Nobody knows we're married except us. Gosh, we're all alone.
Oh, Oliver, I love you so much.
And I love you too, darling.
But what will your mother say when she finds out we're married?
I don't care what she says. You're mine, Myrtle Moonfinkel, and nothing can part us. Come, darling, I will show you all the rooms in the house.
Oh, Oliver.
Myrtle, stop acting like a darn fool.
But, Oliver, I'm worried about your mother. Please call her and tell her we're married.
All right, dear. If it'll make you any happier, I will. Oh, Myrtle, darling, you've made me the happiest man in the world.
And we'll never be separated, will we?
Never. Kiss me, honey bunch.
My dream man.
Hello? Pardon me, Myrtle. Hello, Ma. This is Oliver. I got a surprise for you, Ma. What's that? No, I can't be home for dinner. Now, look, Ma, I got a surprise for you. You're having what?
Oh, tell her about us, Oliver.
I will. You're having what for dinner? You are? Oh, boy, I'll be right home. Goodbye, Myrtle. I got to go home to dinner.
But, Oliver, we're just married.
I can't help it. Ma's having Jell-O for dessert. Goodbye, darling. I'll see you in the morning.
Oliver!
So you see, ladies, the moral of the story is never start your honeymoon without Jell-O. What happened to Myrtle Moonfinkel may happen to you or you or you. So always insist on genuine Jell-O and live happily ever after. I thank you.
Very good, Don. That was one of the best plays you've ever written.
Yeah, that was swell, Don. Congratulations.
Yes, sir. Oh, Andy. Hello, Andy. I didn't see you.
Hello, Andy. Good to see you.
Hey, I'm glad you dropped in, Andy. You don't get around as often as you used to.
Well, I got a brand new suit for Easter, so I thought I'd come up and model it for you.
Oh.
Not bad for $22.50, eh?
$22.50?
Yep, suit, cane, spats, and a pound of peanut brittle.
I believe I know where you got it. Say, Mary, what do you think of Andy's new suit?
He looks like he fell off the cover of a Rube joke book.
He does not. He looks very smart. Although the pants seem to be a little tight. Aren't the pants too tight for you, Andy?
Tight? I went out for some fresh air this morning, and when I bent over to tie my shoelace, I got it.
Well, the audience didn't, but let it go. Well, go on a diet, Andy. You'll be all set.
Say, Andy, the next time you want to get a new suit, let me take you to my tailor. He's a little extreme, but he's terrific.
A little extreme? Phil, the lapels on your coat have a bigger wing spread than the China Clipper.
Well, that's the way I like them. Anyway, it's the latest style. I saw it in Esquire.
Oh, you did? Listen, Phil, you never saw anything in Esquire that didn't say, "Oh, I thought my husband was in Philadelphia," under it. Now, Andy. Hey, Andy, where are you?
Here I am, Buck.
Oh. Now, Andy, the next time you want to get a suit of clothes, let me take you to my tailor. He'll not only do a great job, but he's one of the sweetest and most lovable guys in the world.
Why didn't you say that for Father's Day?
Mary, I'm not referring to my father. He never made a suit in his life.
Then what was he doing in the store in Waukegan with his legs crossed? Playing Indian?
Oh, don't be smart just because you had a cold. He wasn't playing Indian.
I knew an Indian once that wore a blanket with a belt in the back.
That's very interesting, Dennis. Now, go sit down. So much for your dialogue. Now, Andy, stick around. Phil's going to play in a minute, and then we'll have some fun.
Sorry, Buck, I can't stay. I'm taking more and part of the Trocadero.
Why, Andy, the Trocadero is temporarily closed.
The Trocadero bowling alley? We were there last night.
Oh, that's different. I didn't know you're mowing Paul Bowles.
Oh, Ma's all right, but Pa can't stay out of the gutters. So long, Bud.
So long, Andy. So long. Well, there's one family that has a good time. Say, Phil, as long as you're standing there with a baton in your hand, you might as well direct a number.
This ain't a baton, it's a toothpick for a rhinoceros. Wow, there's a Lulu.
Oh, quiet with those scumbags. Just play something.
Oh, Jack, this is terrible. I just happened to think of something.
What is it, Mary?
You let Andy go home without giving him a copy of Ed Sullivan's column.
Gee, I sure did. Oh, keep still. Play, Phil. Everybody thinks they got my goat. Do I Love You, played by Phil Harris and his independent orchestra. Independent meaning it's every man for himself, and the last one in is a rotten egg. Blues. I guess that'll take care of you, Mr. Harris.
Well, it's just like they say in the East. Benny tries to be funny, but he's nothing but a straight man for Orson Welles.
What? Who says that in the East?
You know who said it. He's on the air every Wednesday night.
Oh, you mean the voice of Salapatica? Well, I happened to hear Mr. Allen's program last Wednesday, and I'd much rather be a straight man for Orson Welles than a perch for an eagle. Did you hear his program, Mary?
Yeah, and what do you think of Fordham University giving him a bronze plaque for being their favorite comedian?
It was very nice. But let me tell you something, Mary. If that plaque is worth over $3, I'll bet 45 it's in the hock shop right now. He hasn't got any more sentiment than a mackerel.
What do you mean, Jack?
Well, listen to this. About 5 years ago, when we were good friends, I gave Alan a gold watch for his birthday, and I inscribed on it, "To Fred from Jack, with deep affection."
Yes?
And after one little argument, he runs to the jeweler's and has it changed from deep to cheap. How do you like that? That was after our first fight.
What was the fight about, Jack?
What was it about? Alan refused to pay for a suit that Dad made for him.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought you said your father didn't make suits.
I didn't say my father made that suit. I said Dad. J. Dad and Company. Fifth Avenue.
Well, if it wasn't your father, why fight with a guy over a strange tailor?
Because I worry about everything and shut up. Now, Dennis, how about a song?
I told you I had a sore throat.
Oh, yes, I'm all mixed up. Now, where was I? Oh. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a very important announcement to... It burns me up. That suit fitted him like a glove. I have a very important announcement to make regarding next week's attraction. Oh, Phil, give me a fanfare, will you?
A fanfare? What's that?
You know, make with the bugle.
Oh, okay. Take it, Butch.
The best suit he ever had. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce our feature attraction for next week. Next Sunday night, the Benny applauses our food, so do not starve us, players. will present their version of the greatest children's classic of all time. None other than Walt Disney's superb Technicolor production. That immortal fairy tale. That pen and ink masterpiece, Pinocchio. Now, inasmuch as Pinocchio will be one of the most important efforts in our current season, we would at this time like to give you a few of the highlights from this great production. First, pardon me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times not to call me up in the middle of a broadcast.
Well, this is important, boss. I was just leaving the house, so I thought I'd better tell you I put the key under the mat.
Now, wait a minute. Who told you could have the night off?
Well, this is a holiday, and I thought I'd take Carmichael to see Grapes of Wrath.
That's silly. Why would Carmichael go to Grapes of Wrath?
He wants to see if it's anything like the book.
Now, don't give me that stuff. If you want to go out with your girl tonight, you should come right out and say so.
Okay, can I go out with my girl tonight?
No.
Can I go out for just an hour?
No.
Well, can I invite her over to the house?
No.
We're in a rut, boss. Let's start over.
Now, Rochester, I don't want to seem harsh or cruel or anything, but you know you were supposed to stay home tonight and mail out those letters.
Oh, boss, do you have to send Mr. Sullivan's column to everybody you know?
My friends are interested, believe me. I want those letters mailed out tonight, every one of them. And as soon as you're through, you can go out with your girl.
That may be too late. She ain't the truest thing in town.
Well, that's your worry. Now, mail out all those letters and be sure to send the out-of-town ones airmail.
I ain't got any stamps.
No stamps? What did you do with that $10 I gave you this morning to buy them with?
Well, I'll tell you, boss, I was on my way to the drugstore this afternoon to get them, and all the way over I kept saying stamps, stamps, stamps.
Uh-huh.
And just before I got there, I stopped in the garage where a friend of mine works.
Uh-huh.
And the next thing I knew, I was on my knees saying 777.
I see. So you lost that $10 shooting craps, eh?
We prefer to call it Mississippi Bridge.
I don't care what you prefer. My $10 you lost is coming out of your next week's salary.
The whole $10?
Yes, all of it.
That's a neat trick if you can do it.
I can, so don't worry. I'll take $10 out of your salary next week if I have to give you a raise to do it. Now get busy on those letters, and I'll bring some stamps home with me. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
What?
Mr. Orson Welles called up about our dramatic lessons tomorrow morning.
Our dramatic lessons?
Yeah, you're doing Anthony and I'm Cleopatra.
Get out! Lessons for me exclusively, and goodbye. Always have to horn in on everything. Let me see, where were we?
You were about to give us some of the highlights from Pinocchio, but there isn't much time left.
Oh, well, anyway, folks, be sure and tune in next Sunday night for our supreme novelty of the season, Pinocchio. Take it, Don.
See the wooden puppet who becomes human.
See, I can walk. And I can talk, too.
See Stromboli, the wicked gypsy who kidnaps little Pinocchio.
Ah, you cannot escape, Pinocchio. You will make lots of money for me. You're a wicked man. Help, help.
See Monstro, the largest whale in all the 7 seas.
Ooh.
Are you back to the Hunchback?
That's an imitation of a whale.
See Jiminy Cricket, the tiny insect who becomes Pinocchio's conscience.
Chirp, chirp.
These are only a few of the many fascinating characters who will entertain you next week in Pinocchio. Play, Phil. And now, ladies, here's your good deed for tomorrow. Delight the family with a new, exciting treat, something really original. A novel and delicious Jell-O dessert made with bright, tangy Jell-O and your favorite cereal. It's a perfect dessert for any time at all, for lunch or dinner or for those late evening snacks, all for a grand one-dish Sunday supper. And it's wonderfully easy to make. Simply dissolve 1 package of cherry Jell-O or any of the other red flavors in 1 pint of hot water. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Then cut into tiny, glistening cubes and place in cereal dishes, and on top pile generous quantities of any cold cereal, such as Post Toasties or Grape Nuts Flakes. And there's enjoyment aplenty. A delightfully different dessert, shining cubes of rich crimson Jell-O, topped off with your favorite cereal. So try this new Jell-O dessert tomorrow. It's really swell.
This is
is the last number of the 25th program in the current Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time.
Say, Mary, where did Jack go?
He had to rush over to Orson Welles' program. They're putting on a play, June Moon.
Oh, that's a legitimate play, isn't it?
Well, it's supposed to be, but Jack will take care of that. Good night, folks.
And here's more fun and enjoyment for you. Tune in every Tuesday night for another swell half hour of Jello entertainment, the famous Aldrich family. See your local paper or movie and radio guide for time and station. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Most men who have found the right woman are content to settle down to a life of happiness. But there comes a time in every man's life when he asks himself this question: why did I ever get married?
What's the matter, Claude? You ain't happy here?
Certainly. Happy as a bird dog. No, I didn't mean that, Alice. That's nothing to do with you. I guess it's just the weather. Spring is in the air. And, well, it makes me want to feel free to roam. I want to shake my shackles.
Go ahead and shake them. But be careful. The last time you shook them, you almost fell apart.
Well, honey, it's just at this time of year I feel like a little colt who wants to scamper through the fields. I want to be like the mighty eagle soaring amid the lofty crags. Or like the nimble little young deer skipping gaily across...
Down, Rex.
I'm Claude, now I'm Rex.
You'd better forget it, Phil. You just got up and you can't think clearly yet.
I'm not going to forget it. Why can't I be like a nimble young deer, free to roam the forest?
Because you're a middle-aged goat and I'm keeping you home.
But, honey, when I feel spring in my bones, I just have to get away for a while.
You feel that way every year. All you need is a spring tonic.
Well, all right. Maybe that'll help. Go make me a bourbon and molasses.
Bourbon and molasses? I don't think you have the right combination.
Okay, forget the molasses. Make it with ginger in it.
Phil, why is it that every once in a while you want to get away?
Well, it's not just me, honey. Every man wants to get away once in a while. He likes to go fishing or hunting with the boys.
Oh, every man doesn't feel that way.
Well, I tell you they do, and if you don't believe me, just ask another man.
All right. I'll ask my brother. Willie, come in here, please.
Oh, you're asking a good kid.
Well, Willie's a man, isn't he?
For the sake of argument, yes. But I meant a real he-man.
He is a he-man.
What do you want, Alice? I'm very busy playing with the children.
Well, I just want to ask you a question.
Just a moment. Phyllis, don't stand too close to the plate. And watch the batter.
Hey, Willie, are you teaching the girls how to play baseball?
No, I'm showing them how to bake a cake. I don't want Phyllis to knock the batter off the plate.
I knew it.
What do you want, sis?
Well, Phil and I were having an argument, and we want your opinion.
I agree with Alice. You're wrong, Philip.
I didn't even hear the argument. How do you know I'm wrong?
Well, you're never right, and even if you were, I wouldn't admit it.
Now, Willie, let's be fair about this. I want you to consider Phil's point of view as well as mine. And I don't expect you to side with me just because I happen to be the generous sister who supports you.
Now, Now that you've bribed the jury, let's present the case.
Well, Willie, Phil claims that every married man wants to desert his family and run away with a native girl to Bali High.
What's Bali High? What native girl? All I want to do is to go fishing in Lake Henshaw with a white woman. I mean, Willie, doesn't every man get spring fever about this time of year and want to get off by himself?
That's right, Philip. I think it's particularly good for married men. I think every married man should get away from his wife for a few times.
Willie, that's enough.
Let this doll talk. Go ahead, you precious little brother-in-law.
Alice, a marital vacation will do you good, too. Every wife should get away from a husband. Particularly a husband like this.
All right. I'll admit I'm a difficult man to live with. Charming, but difficult. And, Alice, I think you're entitled to a rest away from me.
I agree with you, Phil.
You do?
Yes. And I think it's very sweet of you to offer to stay home with the children while I go to Palm Springs.
Tilt. Alice, do you mean that you'd go to Palm Springs and leave your family, shirk your responsibilities, just so you can have a good time? Who do you think you are, me? I'm the one who's supposed to go away.
Phil, I forbid you to go.
You forbid me? It is to laugh. Well, if I want to go, I'll go. I'll just get up like this and walk across the room, open the door, and goodbye.
Are you going to let him go?
He won't get very far. He walked into the hall closet. Well, Phil, I thought you were going.
It's too dark out. I'll wait till tomorrow morning. Smog gets thicker in this town every day.
Philip, you walked into the hall closet.
Oh. Well, this time I'm walking out the front door, like this.
Hey, Willie, he really went. I didn't think he'd... Oh, Phil, I knew you'd come back.
How far can I go without my pants? Why didn't somebody tell me these things? Forgot I'm still in my PJs.
Now, Phil, get dressed and forget the whole silly thing. Now, excuse me, I have some work to do.
Yeah. Forget it, she said. She dismisses me as if I were nothing at all. That's the trouble with women. We never should have given them the right to vote. Women should be kept in their place. They belong in the kitchen. Come in. If I had my way, I'd put all the women in the world in one big kitchen.
Where is this kitchen, Curly? I'm in the mood to do a little cooking.
Hello, Frankie.
What's bothering you?
Oh, it's Alice. Whenever I want to do something, she forbids it.
What do you mean she forbids it? This is a free country. You're a citizen. There ain't nobody in the world who can tell you what to do. Except Petrillo.
I might just as well be married to him. No, I don't want to go that far. Look, Frankie, I'd like your opinion.
Well, I'll be glad to help you. I'm known as a worldly man, wise and sophisticated, a deep thinker, and quite a philosopher. What do you want to know?
What do you think of women? Thank you, Errol Flynn. Look, Remley, I'm not talking about women. I'm talking about wives. I'm mad at Alice.
Why are you mad at her?
I'll tell you why I'm mad at her. She thinks that just because she's pretty, soft, and smells nice, and when she gets into my arms, she's so cuddly and sweet and nice to hold, and
you're mad at her?
Mad? Who, me? Mad? How are you going to be mad?
All right, Curly. Come on, snap out of it. Think of the nasty thing she does.
Oh, yeah, nasty. Well, you know that I told her that I want to go away with the guys for just a few days for a little harmless fun, and she won't believe me? I can't understand it.
Neither can I. I believe you, and I know you're not telling the truth.
I'm telling the truth. I thought that you and I and a couple of the guys could, well, just get in the car and go away for a nice rest. You know, to someplace that's peaceful and quiet.
I got just the place, Curly. Las Vegas.
Las Vegas is quiet.
Yeah. I know a place that just put in a sponge rubber crap table. You can't hear the dice.
All right, right. Come out of it. What's the use? If you don't want me to go, I'll just have to stay home and be miserable.
Oh, don't be so discouraged. We'll think of a way out. And cheer up.
How can I cheer up when I feel like a prisoner?
What's easy? What do you usually do to cheer yourself up?
I sing.
Why do I keep leading with my chin?
He carries her picture in his pocket. 'Twas taken the day he went to sea. He carries her picture in his locket, though she is as ugly as can be. Oh, what a face.
Oh, what a face.
It's a disgrace.
It's a disgrace.
To be showing it in any public place. One morning he took her to a pig farm. He told her to wait down by the rail. But when he returned he couldn't find her. The farmer had put her up for sale. Oh, what a face.
Oh, what a face.
It's a disgrace.
It's a disgrace.
To be showing it in any public place. She always liked to watch the horses when they were racing at the track, until the day she wandered near the stable and the jockey threw a saddle on her back. Oh, what a map.
Oh, what a map.
It's a mishap.
It's a mishap.
To be showing it in any public trap. Her father arranged for her to marry some fella who had never seen the bride. But when she raised the veil to let him kiss her, he screamed and had committed suicide.
Oh, what a face.
Oh, there's Mary.
It's a disgrace.
It's a disgrace to be showing it in any public place. He carried her picture in his pocket. He kept it till his ship went down at sea. 'Twas then that he took the little locket and packed it in a box and set it free. And now that picture in the locket is floating around from sea to sea. And if by chance you ever find it, don't open it up or you will see that awful face. It's a disgrace to be showing it in any public place. Well, Frankie, now I feel better.
Well, that's understandable. Having a good cry like that always makes a person. Hey, Curly, I thought of a way to get you out of the house for a few days.
You did? How?
Start shaking. You're about to have a nervous breakdown.
Nervous break? Yeah. That should spring me, huh? Okay, let's go in and see Alice.
Not so fast. It has to be done subtly. Now, I'll set it up for you. I'll go in and tell Alice that you're acting a little irrational.
Yeah?
Then you come in, and when we speak to you, don't make too much sense. Let your mind wander a little bit.
Got it.
Yeah, good. I'll go into Alice. Don't you come in for a couple of minutes.
No, I won't.
Yeah, this ought to work like a charm. You'll never suspect. Oh, Alice, where are you?
Oh, right here, Frankie. Where's Phil?
I left him in the other room. Alice, I want to talk to you about him. I don't want to alarm you, but I think he's on the verge of a mental breakdown.
How can you tell?
Well, when he talks, he doesn't make sense.
He never did.
True. But he seems to be getting worse. His mind wanders.
Oh, Frankie, you're just imagining things.
No, I'm not. Why, when I was talking to him just now... Oh, here he comes. Hiya, Curly.
Oh, hello, Frankie. Wasn't I just talking to you in the hall?
Yeah.
That's funny. I could have sworn I was. Oh, well, it's a small world. Alice, where are my pinking shears?
What do you want with pinking shears?
I thought I'd make scallops for dinner.
See what I mean, Alice?
No, that doesn't prove anything. He always tells bad jokes. You feel all right, Phil?
Oh, of course I do. I love hospital beds, don't you? Oh, on a day like this, it's so good to be alive. Don't you wish you were, Frankie?
You're acting very peculiar. The way you talk, I can't understand you.
Well, you could if you took your snowshoes off.
Well, maybe you'd better go upstairs and lie down.
Oh, so that's it. You want to be alone with Mr. Klingfinger here. How dare you come into my house and make love to my wife behind my back?
But, Phil...
Quiet, John. I'm speaking to Marcia. You have a lot of nerve sneaking in.
I didn't sneak in.
Then how come you're disguised as a zebra? One thing I can't stand, it's a woman who steals another man's wife. Anyone for tennis?
Shirley, you're overdoing it.
I can't stop.
Phil, honey, sit down and I'll get you a drink.
Oh, goody. I would love a cup of tea.
Tea? Oh, he really blew a fuse.
I'll pour the tea. How many lumps, Frankie?
2. Not in the head, Morris.
No, I don't believe I want any tea.
Now, nonsense. You just hold your cup still while I climb up on the edge and dive in. Ooh, it's so refreshing to be a tea bag.
Have you been a tea bag long?
Oh, yeah. Mother was an orange and father was a pico. Who are you?
I'm the guy who's sorry he started this whole thing.
Oh, I know. You're Mr. Hess, who has a department store in Allenstown, Pennsylvania. How are your escalators running?
All right, Phil, I catch on. If you want to go away for 2 days that badly, you can go.
I can? Oh, Alberta, you're a peach. Have the gardener sprayed you lately? I kind of like this kind of talk. This might be the beginning of a new kind of a thing for me. I might...
Shut up.
Hey, maybe there is something wrong with him. Maybe he ought to stay home and rest.
Oh, no, Alice. He needs medical treatment. And there's only one man to take him to. Dr. Schiller.
Who is he?
The house doctor at the Flamingo in Las Vegas.
I never heard of him.
You never heard of Abe Schiller, world-famous neurologist and blackjack dealer?
What? Alice, we're not going to Las Vegas.
Now, Phil, I don't care where you go as long as you behave yourself.
Hey, Rem, did you hear that? We can do whatever we want for 2 days. No family responsibility.
Yeah, no kids to look after, no wife to report to, nobody to tell me when I come in, when I go out, no... What am I getting excited about? I'm single. I can do this anytime I want.
One thing, Frankie. I don't want you to lead Phil into any of your bad habits.
Whatever do you mean?
I don't want you to show him how to gamble or teach him how to drink.
Teach him how to... That's like trying to show Einstein how to add.
Don't worry, honey. Frankie's not going to lead me astray because there's going to be no drinking on this trip. We're just going to get in the car and ride along, top down.
Bottoms up.
Here's Mutton.
On this trip, I think you
Now,
ought
wait a minute, Alice. This is my trip, and I don't want it spoiled by a wife telling me what to do. For 2 days, let's pretend we're not married.
All right. We'll do it your way. Starting right now, we're not married.
Good,
okay.
Good. Oh, boy, I can't wait to get started on this trip. Hey, Alice, where are the keys to the car?
In my purse.
Well, let me have them. I want to get the car out.
Oh, I couldn't let you have the car.
Why not?
It belongs to my husband. He's going away for 2 days. You'll have to wait until he gets back and ask...
All right. You can keep the car. We don't need your old car anyway. We'll use Frankie's car. That's okay with you, ain't it, Remley?
Sure, that's okay with me. But we might have a little trouble getting it away from my partner.
What partner?
Seaboard Finance Company.
Then again? It seems like they always have it.
Yeah, they're very repossessive.
Yeah, no. Look, we can't go any place without a car, and we've got... Oh, Alice, darling.
Sorry, stranger.
But, Alice, we need a car. Oh, won't you please?
Well, I might let you have it if you do something for me.
Okay. What do you want me to do?
Ask me to sing.
All right. Honey, will you please sing? But only do one chorus. We got to get started.
Yes. I only want what's the best thing for you, and the best thing for you would be me. I've been convinced after thinking it through that the best thing for you would be me. Every day to myself I say, point the way, what will it be? I ask myself, what's the best thing for you? And myself and I seem to agree that the best thing for you would be me.
I know that I only want what's the best thing for you, and the best thing for you would be me.
Every day to myself I say, point the way, what'll it be? I ask myself, what's the best thing for you? And myself and I seem to agree that the best thing for you, the very best thing for you, the best thing for you would be me.
Well, I asked you to sing. Now can I have the car?
No.
Well, why not?
I didn't like the way you listened.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Come on, Curly. I got a lot of friends. One of them will lend us his car. Come on. Sorry, Curly. I guess our trip's off. Tried all my friends, and none of them would loan me a car.
Well, no wonder. None of your friends owned a car. Half of them didn't even have shoes.
They're not allowed to wear shoes in their business. It's unsanitary to press grapes with your shoes on.
Oh, is that what it was? I thought they were wearing purple socks. Hey, Remley, we can't call this trip off. It ain't every day a married man gets a parole like this. Look, we just got to get a car.
Yeah. Hey, Curly, look.
What?
In front of the market. Julius's delivery truck.
Frankie, what fool scheme have you got in your conniving little mind? And remember, you talked me into it.
That delivery truck would be perfect for a fishing trip.
That's right, but there ain't no sense talking to that little goon. He ain't gonna let you borrow nothing. He'd give you nothing.
Who said anything about asking him?
Well, we can't deliberately take it.
Suppose it was an accident. Suppose we accidentally got in the truck and it accidentally started to roll down the hill, and we couldn't stop it until it got to Lake Henshaw. Wouldn't be our fault, would it?
True. Yeah, but there's only one trouble.
What's that?
It ain't parked on a hill.
We can push it till we find one.
Friendly, I think we should ask permission.
No, that'll kill it. We'll just borrow it and pay him for it when we get back. Now, come on, no one's around. Let's get in the truck.
Hey, Remley, I don't know if we ought to...
Will you?
Well...
Wonder where the keys are. They're not in the ignition. Look in the glove compartment, Curly.
They're not in the glove compartment.
Now look in my pocket, you car thief!
Julie, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here? It's my truck.
Truck? Ain't this the Fairfax bus? I love transfers, don't you, Mr. Hess?
All right, we're through with that routine.
Oh, yeah?
I've been hiding in the back of the truck waiting for you guys.
Waiting? How'd you know we were coming?
The Harris Renly alarm went off.
What are you talking about?
As soon as you guys get within 50 feet of this block, bells ring, lights flash, and every storekeeper is alerted for a catastrophe. What are you creeps up to now?
Creeps? Well, we want to go on a fishing trip, and we want to borrow your truck.
And if you don't lend it to us, we won't be able to go.
Oh, well, that's different, fellas. I know what fishing means to a guy, 'cause I like to fish myself. Makes you feel good to get outdoors and forget the turmoil of everyday life. So if you want my truck, fellas, there's only one thing I can say.
What?
You ain't getting it!
Hey, Curly, you hold him. Let me back the truck over him. Just once.
Why waste the gas?
Look, Curly, why bother asking the kid? Let's just take the truck.
You can't do that, fellas. Remember, I got the key.
Where have you got it?
In my mouth.
In that case, we'll just turn you upside down and shake it out of you.
I have to tell him where it is yet. Get away from me, you guys!
Grab his feet, Curly. Turn him upside down.
Got him.
Don't let go of me! Don't do this to me!
Shake him good, Frankie.
Yeah.
Shake him.
Fellas, please let me go! Don't talk to me, little head on the sidewalk!
Better stop, Remley. We're cracking the cement.
Okay, let him drop.
What's the matter with you guys? You crazy or something?
Now, don't get excited. What's the matter with you, kid? Can't you take a joke?
A joke? I used my skull for a pneumatic drill and I should yuck it up yet.
Quiet. No sense of humor. Remley, did the key fall out of his mouth?
Let me look. Yeah, here's the key ring light. No, these are his braces.
Julius, won't you please let us take your truck? We may go about things in the wrong way, but deep down, kid, we really love you.
Oh, yeah, you prove that every week. But I really like you guys, and to prove there's no hard feelings, I'm going to help you.
You going to let us have your truck?
I can't let you have this one. It's brand new. But I can let you have our, old truck.
Oh, gee, thanks, kid. Where is it?
It's that black truck parked in front of this one.
Hey, Julius, we really appreciate this, and I want you to know...
Stop yapping and drive it away before I change my mind.
Come on, Remley, we better go. Let's hurry.
You'll find the keys in the ignition. Have a nice vacation.
Thanks again, Julius.
Well, there we go. Wonder how long it'll be before the cops miss that patrol wagon.
This is Phil again. This year, the Red Cross Drive takes on a new and even greater importance. The Red Cross must not only bear its responsibility for any civilian disasters, it must also bear a new burden, preparedness for any or all demands in this continuing world crisis. And the blood program is urgent for our wounded in Korea. Give Red Cross a bigger place in your budget this year. Thanks. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
This program is produced and directed by Paul Phillips. The part of Frankie Remley was played by Elliot Lewis, and Julius was played by Walter Tetley.
Theater Guild presents a 5-star presentation later. Now, Hedda Hopper on NBC.
From the archives of the greatest dramas in radio history, we proudly present Hollywood.
The Radio Theater, starring Jack Benny and Gail Patrick in Killer Kate. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Very few institutions on the air outdate the Radio Theater. But one of the exceptions is our star tonight, Waukegan's favorite son, Jack Benny. It was 15 years ago that Jack started trying for laughs on the air, and he's still trying. As a matter of fact, we'll have to allow Jack's one of America's top comedians. But tonight he branches out into a different field, in a thrilling piece of action drama entitled Killer Kate. Based on a Warner Brothers screenplay, it was adapted especially for Jack's newly discovered dramatic ability, and co-stars lovely and talented Gail Patrick. And now, Jack Benny as Killer Kate, and Gail Patrick as Helen, with Alan Reed as Al Brady. In this rather unusual story, Mr. Benny plays the part of Jeff Morley, sometimes known as Killer Kate. In the opening scene, we find our cold-blooded killer at the door of his old hideaway.
Hey, you, Spangler. Wait till I get this door open. Spangler, where have you... Killer Kate. It's you.
Yeah. Yeah, Blinky, it's me.
Gee, killer, I didn't know it was you. I was just waiting for Spangler to come back.
Spangler ain't coming back.
Not coming back? Well, it serves him right. He had it coming. I was going to knock him off myself. I was, killer. He's the guy that ratted on you.
Yeah?
Yeah, killer, yeah. Gee, it's good to see you back again. When'd you get out?
Last night, Blinky. I busted out just to see you and Spangler. I just seen Spangler.
You busted out? Then you're hot. But don't worry, killer. I'll hide you. You can use my place.
So you can put the finger on me like you did last time, eh, Blinky?
It wasn't me, killer. I swear it wasn't me. It was Spangler, I tell you. It was Spangler. He was the guy that...
Shut up, you lying rat.
Honest, killer. You gotta believe me. I had nothing to do with it.
Get down on your knees, Blinky, and start praying.
But, killer, please. You can't do this. I'm your pal, your friend. We grew up together. We was like brothers, killer. Please give me a break.
You didn't give me a break, did you? When you sent me up to the big house to rot in a lousy cell? You weren't satisfied to take over my racket. You even had to steal my dame.
I tell you, I didn't do it, killer. Everything is just the way you left it. And Millie, I didn't steal her. She's still your girl, killer. She's waiting for you.
Where do you want it, Blinky? In the belly or the back?
Killer, please give me a chance. I'll get out of town.
Get down on your knees, Blinky.
No, killer, don't. I swear I had nothing to do with this, believe me.
Start praying, Blinky.
Killer! You can't do it! Don't shoot! Don't! Killer.
So long, Blinky. You were my pal once, but you just couldn't keep your nose clean. Cops! I gotta get out of here.
Come on out, killer. You haven't got a chance.
You want me, copper? You'll have to come in and get me.
There he goes for the window. Got him. Is he dead?
No, I'm not dead, copper. Of course I'm not dead. Remember me? I'm Killer Cates. The man who couldn't be killed.
Keep bringing the curtain up and down, Eddie. He's good for a dozen bows.
Whoever thought this corny show would be a hit?
You gotta hand it to that Jeff Morley, corny or not. He plays that killer case like a real gangster. Get down on your knees and start praying, Blinky. Where do you want it? In the belly or the back?
Quiet. Here he comes. Nice show, Mr. Morley.
Thanks, Eddie. Is my manager around?
Yeah, Mr. Brady said he'd wait for you in your dressing room.
Thanks.
Hiya, Jeff.
Hello, Brady. I want to talk to you.
Fine, and say congratulations, Killer.
For what?
For the 1,000th performance of The Man Who Couldn't Be Killed.
Seems like $1 million. And stop calling me Killer, will you? It's bad enough I have to play that part without being reminded of it all the time.
Well, you've been doing all right for 3 years now.
But can't you see what's happening to me? Every time I have to shoot a gun, I break into a cold sweat. I'm afraid of guns. They're so noisy.
Well, you can't bump off Blinky with a water pistol. His makeup will run.
Don't be funny. Imagine me, a killer, standing there with 2 guns.
You gotta use 2 guns, Jeff. When we tried it with 1 gun, you used to put your other hand on your hip.
What?
Why don't you forget it, Jeff? Did you see the audience out there tonight? Not an empty seat in the house.
I tell you, this play is driving me nuts. I have nightmares. I dream that I'm busting out of prison, taking guys for rides, sticking up banks. Gee, it's getting so every time I walk down the street and see a policeman, I duck.
Look, Jeff, what you need is a nice long rest. Go home and relax. Spend some time with your wife. Play a little golf. This is Saturday. You don't have to be back to the theater till Monday night.
No, Brady. That's not the solution. Don't you understand? I'm a comedian. A comic. All my life I've been a comedian. I don't want to play a gangster. I want to make people laugh.
All right, so you're a comedian. What happened when you played comedy? You did a show on Broadway called The Meanest Man in Syracuse, folded in 2 weeks.
I know.
And when you went out to Hollywood to make a picture, what was the name of that epic? Oh, The Bugle blew at midnight.
Well?
The audience blew at 9 o'clock.
So what? I made a mistake. Anybody's entitled to one mistake.
Yeah, but you made yours while you were standing in front of a camera. And everybody who saw that picture's a witness. There weren't many, but they're witnesses.
Look, Brady, you can talk till doomsday. But I know how I feel inside. For 25 years, I've been doing comedy, and that's what I want to keep on doing.
Jeff, what's the use of kidding? As a comedian, you're lousy. You stink.
Oh, you and your innuendos.
Look at the record. Since you gave up comedy and became Killer Cates, look what you got. An estate on Long Island, a butler, 3 cars, and you're only number 12 in line for a new refrigerator. What more do you want?
My peace of mind. That's what I want. And it's no use arguing. I'm getting out of this play while I've still got my sanity, my health. Even if it means those one-night stands again.
But, Jeff, boy, think of your wife. Think of Helen.
I am thinking of Helen. In the mental condition I'm in, what kind of a husband am I?
Well, then think of me. I get 10% of your salary. For the last 3 years, I've been eating. I live in a nice apartment. I wear good clothes. Don't take those things away from me, Jeff.
That's what I thought. All you care about is your 10%. Well, I'm through, so you might as well get out of here, Brady, and start looking for a new killer. Now get out. Out. Out.
Okay.
Ooh, my head. Oh, those awful headaches.
Pardon me, Mrs. Morley.
What is it, Walters?
Mr. Brady telephoned. I told him Mr. Morley was asleep, and he said he'd drop in later on.
Oh, thank you, Walters. What time is it?
12:15, madam.
That late? I think you'd better wake Mr. Morley now.
Yes, madam. Mr. Morley. Mr. Morley. Mr. Morley. Wake up, sir. It's 12:15.
Listen, Scalise. From now on, you're taking orders from me. Killer Kate, see?
Mr. Morley.
You don't like it, you get the same thing that happened to Spangler. You'll wind up at the bottom of the river with your feet in a barrel of cement.
Mr. Morley,
Take your dirty mitts off of me before I... What? Where am I? Oh, it's you, Walters. I'm sorry, I must have been dreaming.
Yes, sir.
What was I saying?
Something about a Mr. Scalise, sir. You intimated that in the future he was to receive his instructions from you.
A darn show again. Can't get it off my mind. Other men dream about Lana Turner. I dream about Dillinger. He's not even wearing a sweater. Walters, tell Mrs. Morley I'll be right down.
Yes. Would you like another cup of coffee, dear?
No, thanks. I don't feel like eating. I tell you, Helen, if I don't get out of this show, I'm going to have a nervous breakdown.
Jeff, I've never stood in your way. In the old days when you were playing vaudeville, things were pretty tough. I went along hoping you'd get a break. But you must admit that your act always flopped.
Well, I was doing all right until my seal died.
If that seal didn't die, you were out of work so long we had to eat it.
Well?
And what we didn't eat, I had to wear.
Well, all I know is I was happier then. Gee, and I had a swell act, too. Smart comedy, high class. Gosh, remember how I used to come out in white flannel pants, double-breasted blue coat with brass buttons, straw hat and cane, and I'd say, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the theater. A panhandler walked up to me and said, "Hey, mister, I haven't had a bite all week." So I bit him. Oh, boy, they used to scream at that. Yes, sir. That act is as good today as it ever was. Only maybe I'd have to bring it up to date, take out those General Pershing jokes, And then finish with, you remember I used to finish with that imitation of Ted Lewis? Yes, sir, is everybody happy? I don't know, that stuff is surefire.
I like it better when you say, where do you want it, Blinky, in the belly or the back?
I know, but look at, remember just before Brady got me in the play, you'll have to admit I was a sensation in that nightclub in Atlantic City.
But you had to work as a lifeguard in the daytime.
I didn't have to. I insisted on it. It kept me in condition. Atlantic City, I was terrific there. I got a million laughs.
Who wouldn't in that bathing suit?
All right.
But all right, Jeff, if it means your health and it'll make you any happier, then I'm for it. We'll start all over again. Right from the very, very, very bottom.
Gee, Helen, you're wonderful. After all, look, we've got what we want. This big house, the butler, 3 cars.
Yes, but when are we going to get the new refrigerator?
We're number 12. Oh, Helen, if you only knew how happy I am. I'm the old Jeff Morley again. Oh, kitten, when my baby smiles at me, ha, 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 there's a one. There's someone at the door.
Walters, that's probably Mr. Brady. Show him right in.
Yes, madam.
Brady? How do you like that? He won't even let me alone on Sundays. Well, I'm glad he's here. I'm going to straighten him out once and for all.
Hiya, killer. Hello, Helen.
Hello,
I brought
Helen.
a couple of fellas I want you should meet. Shake hands with Bob Stanley and Freddie McCall.
How do you do?
How are you?
Glad to know you, killer.
Yeah, you too, Mrs. Cates.
The name is Morley.
I'm sorry, but I've seen you on the stage so many times. To me, you'll always be Killer Cates.
Oh, no, I won't. Brady, I got news for you. I've talked the whole thing over with Helen, and I'm quitting the show.
It ain't as easy as that, Jeff. You got a run-of-the-play contract, and they won't let you out of it. You can't quit.
Then I'll walk out.
But, Jeff, can you do that?
If he does, he'll never work in the theater again as long as he lives.
So that's the way it is. Well, I guess I can't do anything about it.
Now you're being smart, Jeff. That play will run another 3 years, you'll be a millionaire.
So what good is money? I'll end up with a gold-plated straitjacket.
Look, Jeff, when the show closes, you'll have plenty of time to enjoy life. In the meantime, let's cash in. There's a lot of extra gravy around.
Gravy? What do you mean?
I finally got you set for a radio deal.
Radio?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds all right.
Well, sure. It's a 15-minute program, 5 times a week. Stanley and McCall have written a terrific script.
Well, you hear it. It's dynamite.
But won't that interfere with the play?
Not at all. He'll be off the air by 8:15. The curtain don't go up till 8:30. He can eat his dinner in a taxi.
Wait a minute, Brady. Is this that comedy program you were talking about?
No, I couldn't get a sponsor interested in that. This one is a natural. We got the radio rights to the man who couldn't be killed. You're going on the air as Killer Cates.
What? Killer Cates on the air? Nothing doing.
Now, I know this is awful sudden, Jeff, but the money is sensational. In a couple of years, you'll be able to quit and do comedy for the rest of your life in empty theaters.
But look at it.
Wait till you hear this script.
Brady.
Go ahead, fellas. Explain it to
I'm not going
Well, the program opens with you in a tough spot. You shoot your way through Scalise's mob. You kill about 8 of them, but the town gets too hot for you, so you take it on the lam.
Just until the heat is off. You're in a town in Jersey laying low, see, for a few days. Then you start a crave action, you go out and you get it.
No, I'm not.
And you walk into the Maramba, the biggest nightclub in town.
And you tell the boss he's through, but there's a mob there who tries to put the finger on
But you stage a one-man gang war and you take over.
Stop, fellas, please. I tell you, I'm not going to go. You have to go out and kill a couple of cops.
You're running things your way.
Scalise is out to get you.
It's a pitch back.
You're the man who couldn't be killed.
You'll kill a case.
Kill a case.
Kill a case.
Look, fellas, you're wasting your time. I'm not going to go through
Scalise's mob.
The heat is on.
You walk into the Maramba.
The Maramba. But the mob puts the finger on you.
Run things your way.
You kill 2 cops.
3 cops.
4 cops.
10 cops.
You kill a cop.
Stop, I tell you. You're driving me nuts. I'm not going... Oh, my head.
Jeff! Darling, what's the matter?
Oh.
Walters, call the doctor. Mr. Morley has fainted.
In a moment, we'll present Act 2 of Killer Kates, starring Jack Benny and Gail Patrick. Here's your producer, William Keeley.
We continue with the second act of Killer Kates, starring Jack Benny as Jeff Morley, alias Killer Kates, and Gail Patrick as his wife, Helen. A few moments ago, when we left Jeff Morley, he was flat on the floor with a nervous collapse. Well, he's resting in bed now, while in another room, Dr. Elberon solemnly explains his diagnosis to Jeff's wife, Helen, and his manager, Al Brady.
And as I see it, Jeff is suffering from nervous fatigue more than anything else. He needs absolute quiet and a good long rest.
Sure, a good night's sleep, and he'll be ready to go to work tomorrow.
It'll be a long time before he's ready to go back on the stage, Mr. Brady. Several weeks, perhaps.
Several weeks? Well, what about the show? Without Jeff, it'll fold up. No, we can't do it. Helen, we'll have to get another doctor.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Al. I'm not going to sacrifice Jeff for your corny show. You'll have to get yourself another actor.
Helen, where can I get an actor cornier than him?
Are there any further instructions, Doctor?
Yes. Keep all conversation away from that play. Don't even mention the words Killer Kates.
Yes, Doctor.
You see, it's his impersonation of Killer Kates that's brought about this condition. Basically, Jeff is a sensitive type with a natural antipathy to that sort of character, all of which has resulted in these definite symptoms of schizophrenia.
What?
Schizophrenia. The doctrine of 2 distinct ultimate substances.
It's a disease of the mind, Al.
Holy smoke, how did he get it? Well, I'm going to call up the newspapers. I'll tell him that Jeff's got I'll tell him he's got 2 ultimate substances.
Who's that?
Just me, Jeff. I hope I didn't wake you.
Where you going?
Just open the window. Why, this room's smoking.
What's that?
Why, nothing, dear. Just a car backfiring.
What are you giving me? Those are gunshots. That must be Scalise's mob.
Scalise's mob? Oh, darling, you're having another nightmare. Now get right back in bed. The doctor said...
Come here, you.
Oh, please, you're twisting my wrist.
Who sent you here?
Oh, darling, you're hysterical. I'll call the doctor.
Don't touch that phone.
Oh, please let me go.
I will when I get good and ready. Say, you're not a bad-looking dish. What's your name?
Darling, it's me, Helen. Don't you even recognize me?
I never saw you before in my life. But I'm going to make up for lost time. Come here, baby. Give me a kiss.
Oh, darling. Kiss me again.
Happens every time. Anyway, baby, that'll hold you till I get back.
Get back? Where are you going?
What do you think I am, a sucker? Think I'm going to open up to you so you can tip off the mob and put the finger on me?
But darling, what are you doing?
Come on, get in this closet. Come on.
But you can't... Let me out. Let me out.
Shut up or I'll come in there and slug you. That's better. Now to get out of here. Who's that?
It's I, sir. Walters. Oh, I didn't know you were up. Oh, dear, and I was given orders not to disturb you.
Listen, you mug, I'm Killer Kate. I'm giving orders around here, see?
Very amusing, sir.
Wipe that smile off your kisser.
Oh, but...
Wipe it off.
Oh, you struck me, sir. This leaves me no alternative. I'll leave for Reno in the morning.
What?
I live there, you know.
Shut up. Now listen, you. Where do they keep the scratch around here?
The what, sir?
The scratch, the molar, the money.
The money, sir? Why, it's in the safe.
Well, lead me to it.
But, sir, you know where the...
Now leave me to that safe and don't give me no more of your lip.
Yes, sir. This way, sir. There it is, sir, behind the picture.
Hey, wait a minute. Who's that mug in the picture?
But, sir...
Never mind, I can read the nameplate. Jeff Morley, star of stage and screen. What a conceited punk.
Yes, sir.
Now watch the front door. Let me know if he comes in. Now, come on. What's the combination of this safe?
I don't know, sir.
And get out of the way. Out of the way. I can open this tin can with boxing gloves on. There. It's coming. A cinch. Ah, look at those bills. 50s, 100s. What a haul.
But, sir, don't you understand?
Shut up.
It's for the new refrigerator, sir.
I don't care what it's for. Now turn around. Face the wall.
Yes, sir. Sir, what are you going to do with that vase?
I'm going...
Oh.
I guess I should have told them first. Well, that takes care of him. Look out, Scalisi. Here comes Killer Kate.
And I got out of the closet, Dr. Elbron, just in time to see Jeff driving away.
How do you like that, Doc? Held up his own house and stole his own car. That's awesome.
Now, Walters.
Yes, Dr. Elbron?
Did Mr. Morley give any indication of where he was going?
No, sir. He was most irrational. He said he was Killer Kate, and he asked me where we kept the money.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's call the police.
Under no condition will we call the police.
But, Doctor, why not?
Because Jeff thinks he's Killer Kate. And what does Killer Kate do to policemen?
He asks them where they want it. In the belly?
Exactly.
Oh, then we've got to find him ourselves. At once. Or he's liable to hurt somebody.
Oh, my head. I wonder where I am.
You're Killer Kate, you lay alone. You're Killer Kate, you're in Jersey. Hey, Don, walking to the ramp. You're Killer Kate, Killer Kate, Killer Kate.
Yeah, I'm Killer Kate. The heat's on. I've got to lay low here in Jersey. Then I take over the biggest nightclub in town. What's that name?
The Miramba.
Yeah, the Miramba. That's it. What's this place?
Yes, sir. Park your car.
What's the name of this joint?
The Pelican Club.
Well, I'm looking for the Miramba, the biggest nightclub in Jersey.
Miramba. Never heard of it. This is the biggest nightclub in Jersey.
The Pelican, eh? So they changed the name. Well, they ain't fooling Killer Kates. I'm moving in.
I'll park your car for you.
Oh, no, you don't. See that car where it is. Keep the motor running. Slow. I'm almost out of gas.
Yes.
Were you looking for somebody?
Who are you?
I'm Mario, the head waiter.
Well, I'm Killer Kate, your new boss, see? From now on, you're taking orders from me.
I don't understand. Mr. Norton didn't mention anything about selling the place.
Norton? Who's Norton?
He's the boss. Hey, cut that out!
I told you I'm the boss. Now get out of my way. Hey, waiter! Waiter, come here.
Yes, sir?
Who's the tomato out there singing?
Peaches Mason, sir. She's the star of the show.
Easy on the eyes, ain't she? Waiter, give me a double bourbon. I'll sit down here.
But, sir, this table...
Shut up and do like I told you.
Yes, sir.
Mario.
Yes, Miss Mason?
Who's that tourist at Mr. Norton's table?
I don't know. He calls himself Killer Case. He said that from now on, he was the boss.
Oh, the loud jerk. He almost ruined my number. Why don't you throw him out?
You know Mr. Norton don't like any rough stuff when the place is full of customers.
Hey, waiter! Bring a double bourbon before I tear this joint apart.
Hey, you. What's the big idea?
P1659, eh? I like that name. Sit down, baby. I want to talk to you.
Listen, mister. This is Joe Norton's table, and if you know what's good
Sit
for
down.
you... I never joined the
I
guests.
said sit down.
All right. Keep your voice down. Everybody's staring at us.
So what? Let me give you a tip, sister. Keep your nose clean.
What?
Don't play dumb. You know what happened to Spangler, don't you? At the bottom of the river with his feet in a barrel of cement.
Cement?
Hard to get nowadays, but I got connections. You know, baby, I like the way
Get a bourbon, sir.
Set it right down here. Well, baby, here's to you. Boy, that's good.
Well, ain't you going to drink the rest of it?
Nah. I always save a little to fill my lighter. Now listen, baby. I like your looks. See? I like the way you stack up.
You're wasting your time, big boy, because I'm Joe Norton's girl.
Norton is through, washed up. I'm going to wrap up this town, put it in my back pocket. Baby, you just stick with me. You'll have a butler, 3 cars, and a sealskin coat. Now, all you got to do is...
Excuse me, Mr. Mason, but Mr. Norton would like to see this gentleman in his office.
Ah, so Norton knows I mean business, eh? Lead the way, punk.
Punk!
You heard me. You heard me. Get going. So Norton's worried, eh? Well, they all worry when a killer moves in. A Pelican Club. I think I'll change that name. I don't like it. I don't like a lot of things around here. I don't even like...
This is it.
Come in.
Mr. Norton, I'd like you to meet the new boss. The gentleman I was telling you about. Mr. Case.
Well, step right in, Mr. Cates. That's all, Mario, and close the door after you.
Yes, sir.
So you're Norton, eh? Who are these 2 mugs?
Oh, excuse me. Allow me to introduce my 2 assistants, Lefty Ryan and Steve Kapouris.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Such as privilege. Mr. Cates, I want to apologize for asking you to come all the way back here, but you see, we don't like to throw anybody out the front door. It gives the place a bad name. All right, Lefty, throw this bum out in the alley.
This is indeed a privilege. Take your hands off of me.
Come on, you.
Ah. Anybody else feel like throwing me out?
Oh, what's up, guy, huh?
Wait a minute, Steve. All right, Cates, the back door's right behind you. Now get out.
That gun don't scare me, Norton. I'm going to walk over there and take it away from you.
Stay where you are. I'm warning you.
You can't pull the trigger, Norton. You ain't got the guts.
I'm telling you for the last time. One more step and I'll shoot.
Go ahead. I'm the man who couldn't be killed. Give me that! I got it, Norton. And Killer Cates ain't afraid to use it.
Killer Cates? That name sounds familiar.
You're darn right it's familiar. You know something, Norton? I think I'm going to like this new office. Hey, it's a nice-looking safe you got there. Okay, Norton, open it.
But I
said open it.
All right. Don't hit me again. I'll do it. There. It's open.
Well, come on. Hand over the money. Hey, you. Come here and put this dough in the satchel. And be quick about it.
Is it all right, boss?
I'm the boss around here.
Nobody tells you, Steve.
Okay.
Well, that's all the money I got.
Yeah? What about that $10?
Yeah, but
Get it out!
There's nothing in it. It's just a bunch of canceled checks.
Well, get it out. I'm taking everything.
All right. There.
Thanks. Now get down on your knees, Norton, and start praying.
Killer, please, don't shoot.
But don't kill me. I don't want to die. I'll do anything you say. Only please don't kill me. Give me a break, will you?
You didn't give me a break, did you? When you sent me up to the big house to rot in a lousy cell? You weren't satisfied to take over my racket. You even had to steal my dame.
For me? But, Killer, I didn't do any of those things. You got me mixed up with some other guy. You gotta believe me, Killer. I swear it wasn't
Where
me.
do you want it, Norton? In the belly or the back?
No, Killer, no, please. I'm telling you the truth. I didn't take your business. I opened this place myself 6 months ago. On a GI loan.
Now, wait a minute.
And it's for Peaches. Peaches, I didn't know she was your girl.
That's right, Killer. He's telling the truth.
Hey, there's something fishy around this.
No, Killer, please. Give me a chance. I'll get out of town. I'll do anything.
All right, Norton. Okay, but I'm warning you. You come back, you get the same thing that happened to Spangler. He's at the bottom of the river with his feet in a barrel of cement.
Cement?
Yeah, I got connections. Okay, Norton, now blow.
Yeah, thanks, Killer. I'll grab the next train. I won't come back, Killer. Honest, I won't.
Well, see that you don't. Now you, Steve, pick up that satchel and come with me.
Oh, okay, Killer. You're the boss. Hey, Killer, slow down, will you? You're doing 80 miles an hour.
Don't worry, Steve. I'm going to grab bag, count the dough we took from Norton.
Okay, boss. It's all in $1,000 packages. There's 10 of them here.
Okay, take 5 for yourself.
5 G's for me?
Sure. Killer Kate's always splits 50-50 with the guys that work for him.
Yeah, but I wasn't working for you then.
Yeah, now, ain't you?
Hey, I'll say I am. 5 G's. Oh, boy, am I happy. Where's me harmonica?
Put that away. I don't want no trouble with Petrillo. Put it away.
Gosh, 5 G's. Wait till I tell the boys about this.
The boys?
The rest of Norton's mob. They'll all want to wait for you now.
Okay, well, get them together. Have them bring their artillery. I'm going to take over this town, and I'm going to start tonight.
Two tangible symbols of our legislative branch of government are the Senate gavel and the mace of the House of Representatives. Perhaps the most revered article in the Senate chambers is the ivory gavel. Tradition has it that the gavel was used by the nation's first Vice President, John Adams, in 1789, during the first session of the Senate in New York City. During a late-night session of the 83rd Congress, the gavel began to disintegrate beyond repair under its normal use. So a more functional one replaced the original ivory piece. Over in the House is the mace, the only visible symbol of governmental authority in the United States other than the flag itself. It was adopted by the House during the first Congress in 1789, and the original was destroyed in the Capitol fire of 1814. For 27 years, a copy of the mace was used. Then New York's best silversmith fashioned an exact replica of the original, and it still stands today, reminding the representatives of their power for the people.
Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
After the play, we'll invite Jack Benny to step out of his role as Killer Kates and join us for a brief chat with tonight's stars. Here they are in Act 3. Jack Benny as Jeff Morley and Gail Patrick as Helen. For hours now, Helen and Dr. Elbron have searched in vain for Jeff. Back at home, they find Al Brady waiting for them, wildly flourishing a newspaper.
Helen, Doc, have you read the papers?
The papers? No, Al, what do they say?
Listen to this. Daring thugs menace Daleville, New Jersey. Reign of terror grips city. According to one of the victims, David Franklin, gas station owner, he had just locked up for the night when 4 thugs broke in and demanded that he hand over all the money in his cash register. When Franklin resisted, the leader of the thugs threatened him with the same thing that happened to Spangler, asserting that Spangler was at the bottom of the river with his feet continued on page 2. With his feet in a barrel of cement. The victim also mentioned that the killer mumbled something about bumping off 11 people so he could be first in line for a new refrigerator.
Strangler with his feet in cement. Well, that dialogue's right out of the play.
Sure. That's Jeff, all right. He really believes he's Killer Kate.
Oh, we got to stop him before he does any more damage. Oh, poor Jeff.
Come on, we'll use my car. It's only an hour's drive to Daleville. Gosh, Jeff must have made a pile of dough with those gangsters.
I hope nothing happens to my husband.
Hope nothing happens to my 10%.
Well, Killer, how do you like the house?
Not bad, Steve. Think we'll spend a little lettuce and fix it up. Put bulletproof glass in the windows, get some steel shutters and doors. We'll have the classiest joint on the south side.
Wouldn't Norton be burned up if he knew we was using his summer house for a hideaway?
Well, I sure gotta hand it to you, Killer. You certainly get action in a hurry. First you take over Norton's club, then his gang, and now you've even got his house.
Yeah. You left out something else, Peaches.
Yeah? What's that?
I got his girl, too. Come here, baby. Let the killer take off some of that lipstick.
Oh. Killer, you're terrific.
And there's more where that came from. Now, look, baby. Nobody knows you're true in with us, see? So you're running the case to club. Give it the once-over. I want to make sure that Mario's keeping his nose clean.
Okay, Killer.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
What's this tin box here?
Well, that's the thing we took from Norton's safe, Killer. You know, he said it was just canceled checks.
Well, let's have a look at it. That check's all right. Paid to the order of John Graham, $5,000. Signed Joe Norton. Paid to John Graham, $2,500. John Graham, $3,000. Say, who is this mug, John Graham?
Oh, he's the mayor. Norton was paying him off.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, then this is the best haul yet. Give me an envelope.
What are you going to do, boss?
I'm going to send these checks to the district attorney.
What?
Sure. When the DA gets these checks, you go right after the mayor. The politicians will start fighting among themselves. The cops won't know which way to turn. I can put this town in my back pocket. Here, mail this, Peaches.
Oh, gee, Killer. Oh, you think of everything.
Yeah. I just thought of something else. Before you go, let me take off some more of that lipstick. Thanks. I like the taste of that. You keep putting it on, and I'll keep taking it off. Come on, let's do it again.
I'm telling you, Graham, I'm on the spot. You got to get me off. You can do it. You're the mayor.
I'm sorry, Norton. Election's only 2 weeks away. I have my own troubles, not to mention the gambling chip.
You're going to have a lot more trouble if this Killer Kate stays on the loose. I'm supposed to be out of town right now. I'm liable to be bumped off any minute.
We all have to take a bath sometime, Joe. Maybe it's your turn to be washed up.
Oh, yeah? Well, if I go to the cleaners, you're going with me.
What do you mean?
Wouldn't the DA be surprised to find our honest mayor gets 15% of all the take in this town?
And how's he going to find out?
As a little matter of a few canceled checks that I made out to you, they're going to look very pretty in court.
You wouldn't dare turn in those checks. You're in it as deep as I am.
Killer Cates isn't, and he's got the checks.
What?
You heard me. He stole them out of my safe.
This DA's been gunning for me for 5 years, and if he ever gets his hands on those checks... Can't let the police get hold of them either. I don't trust the commissioner. I think he's honest.
There's only one way to do it, but it's going to cost a few grand. I'll have to put a new mob together and get Killer Kate.
How much will it take?
Oh, about 10 G's.
Very well. Just don't spend any more than you have to. Remember, it's the taxpayers' money.
So if you're smart, Mario, you'll watch your step around this club.
Don't worry about me, Peaches. I don't want my feet in the cement, even if it's Grumman's Chinese. Did you forget what happened to Spangler?
Oh.
Pardon me, but I wonder if you could give us some information. We're looking for a man who calls himself Killer Cates.
What made you think you'd find him here?
Well, we've been to every nightclub in town. You see, we have reason to believe he'd be at one of them.
Huh? Who are you?
I'm his wife.
His what? He never told me he was married.
Well, then you know him. Oh, please, tell me, where is he?
If I find out he's been
This is vitally important that we find this man immediately.
You see, there are a few things we have to straighten out with him.
Yeah, and I got a few things to straighten out with him myself. Okay, come along, follow me.
Peaches, you're playing with the dynamite.
No, Killer, I gotta know where I stand.
Peaches. What a doll. There's nobody in the play like that. Jeff must be ad-libbing. Well, he can't be altogether out of his mind. No, sir.
Me, Peaches.
It's about time you got back.
Yeah. Come on in, Mrs. Kate.
Mrs. Kate? Hey, wait a minute. Who's the company?
Yeah. Who's the twist in the two mugs?
Jeff. Oh, Jeff, it's me, Helen. Don't you even recognize me?
Jeff. Nobody here by that name. Say, I remember you now. You're Scalise's mouth.
Jeff, snap out of it.
Please, Jeff, it's Helen, your wife, the girl you married. Think back. Remember our honeymoon, Niagara Falls, those gin rummy games.
Hey, what is this?
What about it, killer? What about that line you was handing me about us getting married? Well, start talking.
Shut up.
I'm not shutting up until I find out where I stand. Oh, you and your sealskin coat.
Button your lip before I let you have it. Ought to do it anyway for bringing these monkeys in here.
Oh, Jeff, please.
Wait a minute, Helen. Let me do the talking. Now, Jeff, you're going to listen to me.
And you're going to listen to this.
Out like a light, killer, you sure pack a mean wallop. What do you want to do with these other phonies?
Throw them out.
Wait a minute, Jeff. Try to concentrate. This is Dr. Elburn talking to you. I'm your friend.
And I'm Helen. Look at me, darling. Look at me.
I am looking at you. You're not bad. Steve.
Yeah, killer?
I changed my mind. Just throw these two mugs out. I'm going to keep the dame.
Oh, no, you don't. I say she goes.
You stay out of it.
Well,
you
can
Wait a minute. You don't have to fight, girl. There's enough of me for both of you.
Well, I
Hey, what's that?
Wait a minute.
It's Norton. He got him out with him.
Norton, eh? I told him to get out of town. He wants action. He came to the right place.
Stay away from that window.
Oh.
Jeff. Oh, Jeff.
They got the killer.
Is he hit, Dad?
I don't know yet.
Oh, Dr. Elbron, help me take Jeff into the other room.
Hey, Peaches, did you stir Norton's mob over here?
No, I didn't, Steve. Honest, I didn't. Hey, look, you gotta believe me.
We'll talk about that later. Stay with him, boys. We can't let the killer down.
Here. We're just laying down on the couch. There.
Doctor, Jeff, is he hurt badly?
It's a flesh wound. The bullet grazed his temple.
Oh, look, he's coming to.
Oh, my head.
Jeff, are you all right?
Helen, get a glass of water.
Yes, Doctor.
Oh. What's this? I'm bleeding.
Now, take it easy, Jeff. Take it easy. It's only a scratch. You'll be all right.
Here's the water, Doctor.
Yeah, thanks. Now, take this pill, Jeff. It'll make you feel better.
Helen. Dr. Elburn.
Jeff. Oh, Doctor, he's himself again.
The sudden shock did it. Now, how do you feel now, Jeff?
Gee, I had the most terrible nightmare. I dreamt that I was Killer Cates, and I went to New Jersey. Met a man named Norton. Got mixed up in a gang war. It was awful.
Jeff, it wasn't a dream.
What? No dream?
No, Jeff. You actually did all those things. You were out of your mind.
What's the noise? Well, it's not.
It's Norton's men. They're shooting at us. Your gang's outside in the other room.
Well, what are we going to do? We'll all be killed. Where's Brady? Get Brady. He always knows what to do.
I'm afraid he can't help us now. He can't help us.
Killer Kate, you knocked him off.
There's only one thing to do, Jeff. You've got to go out there and pretend you're Killer Kate.
Me?
It's our only chance to get out of this mess.
But I can't do it. Look, I'm liable to get killed.
Doctor, we can't send Jeff out there.
But don't you see, if those men find out that Jeff isn't Killer Kate, their fearless leader who got them into this predicament, they'll turn on him in a second.
He's right, Jeff. You have to go through with it.
But what can I do? I'm a coward. I'm not even a brave coward. I mean, I'm afraid.
Get out there and try to call off this gang war. Make peace with Norton. Give him back his gang, his nightclub.
And his girl.
Promise him anything that'll get us out of here alive.
Can you do it, Jeff?
Well, sure I can. I'm an actor. I'll give them the best performance they've ever seen. Give me that gun. Now, I'm Killer Kate, see? The man who couldn't be killed. From now on, I'm giving orders around here, see? How'd you like that?
Oh, that's fine, Jeff. But you better use two guns. Your hand was on your hip again.
Now, go on out there, Jeff.
And, darling, please be careful.
Look, the killer is back! We thought he was done. Now we'll show Norton who's boss.
Yeah, give it to him. Give it to him. We'll wipe out every one of them.
Look in the house.
Stop him, boy. Stop him. Don't let him in. For my sake, boys, we gotta protect the old killer. Save me.
Hey, there's something wrong with the killer, isn't there?
Yeah, not less than the last half hour as he mentioned what happened to Spangler.
Don't stand there gossiping. Shoot back.
All right, nobody move. We got you covered.
Oh, okay. You win, Norton.
Drop your gun. Well, you're not so tough now, are you, killer?
Look, Mr. Norton. There's been a great mistake. I'm not really a killer at all. I'm an actor.
What are you trying to pull?
That's right, Mr. Norton. I can prove it. I'm his wife.
And I'm his doctor. I can certify this man was suffering from schizophrenia and not accountable for his actions.
Yeah, that's it. My name is really schizophrenia. I mean, Jeff Kitsy. I mean, Kitsy Morley. I mean, look, how could I be a killer? It's only a joke. But please believe me.
You can't talk your way out of this. Hey, what's this? Hiding behind a couch, huh? Come on out, Peaches.
Joe, you gotta listen to me. I was for you all the time.
Shut up, you little double-crosser. I'll take care of you later.
Please, Mr. Norton. I'll do anything you want. I'll give you anything if you only let me out of here. Believe me, I'm not Killer Kaye.
Shut up.
Yes, sir.
Now, where are those canceled checks you stole from my safe?
Checks? I don't remember any checks, sir.
He's lying, Joe. I know where they are. The killer mailed them to the DA this afternoon.
Then they've been already picked up. They must be in the post office by now.
What do we do now, Joe?
We gotta get those checks before they reach the DA. We're gonna crack the post office.
The post office? But, Joe, that's federal stuff. We don't want to fool around with that federal stuff.
Don't worry, we're not gonna do it. Hey, you.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. You're gonna crack the post office.
No. Helen, doctor, don't let him take me. Ouch!
I'm doing the slapping now. Let me take these people downstairs, lock them in the cellar.
Come on, everybody, get moving.
Hey, what about me, Joe? You're going to take me with you, ain't you?
No, Peaches, you and me, we're through. Now, come on, killer. You're going to crack the post office and get those canceled checks.
I won't do it. I won't, I tell you. Now, put down that gun.
What's the matter, killer? Are you yellow?
No, I'm not yellow.
Then why are you shivering?
It's that darn cold strike. Isn't it awful? You know, personally, I think...
Shut up.
Yes, sir.
Come on, boys, let's go. Goodbye, Peaches.
Oh, he thinks he's through with me, huh? We'll see about that. I'm going to kill two birds with one phone call. Hello? Operator, get me the police department. Push me around, will they? Hello. Look, I'm giving you a tip. Killer Cates and Joe Norton are on their way downtown to hold up the post office. What? Oh, never mind who this is. Just a very dear friend of theirs.
How long has he been in the post office, Steve?
15 minutes. Long enough to get those canceled checks.
Come on, boys. We're going in and get him. All right, killer. Your time is up.
Wait a minute, Norton. I've been looking all through these mailbags. I can't find the canceled checks. Honest, I can't.
Where do you want a killer, in the belly or in the back?
In the belly. In the back. I mean, anywhere. I've pictures in both places. Honest, I couldn't find the checks.
What's that you got in your hand?
Oh, just some old letters I found.
Let me see them. I can't stand Jack Benny because...
I can't stand him either. Honest, I can't. Honest, I can't.
All right, killer, this is your last chance.
It's a frame!
Have your guns, you haven't got a chance.
Okay, don't shoot. You got it.
Round him up, men. Norton, where's Killer Cates? There he is, on the floor.
Looks like we got him, Chief.
Yep, that's Killer Cates, all right. And he's supposed to be a tough guy.
What do you mean, Chief? Isn't he dead?
Dead nothing, he fainted.
Anyway, Helen, as soon as the shooting started, I pretended I was hit and dropped to the floor.
The chief of police said you fainted.
I was only acting.
Well, your acting was so good, it took them 4 hours to bring you to.
Well, I might have overacted a little.
Jeff, are you sure you're well enough to do the show tonight?
Never felt better in my life, Doctor. You know, somehow I'm looking forward to playing Killer Cates again. I guess it's because I feel that now I've actually lived the part.
Jeff, I'll never forget the way you kissed me when you thought you were Killer Cates.
Then let's refresh your memory, Helen. You mean like that?
Well, no. But I'd rather have you this way. Jeff, I'm so glad nothing happened to you because...
What, Helen?
Well... Doctor, you tell him.
Doctor, what is it?
While you were gone, they delivered the new refrigerator.
Oh, goody! Come on, let's make some ice cream.
Our stars will return to their curtain calls in a moment.
No espionage system would ever send a message unless it were in code. Yet it has been said that no code has ever been devised that cannot be broken, despite the fact that codes become more sophisticated each day. A code is useless, however, without information. Therefore, agents try to find technical flaws in the security system to be penetrated, and they try even harder to take advantage of human weaknesses. The outcome of wars and the course of world history has been changed because people who should have known better were careless.
Back to Mr. Keeley and our stars.
It's time for our stars to take a bow.
I'm right here, Bill.
Jack, please, let me finish. Oh. It's curtain call time, and here are the stars who gave us such a thrilling evening of suspense and drama. Jack Benny and Gail Patrick. You know, Jack, now that it's over, I can honestly say you gave us a superb example of dramatic acting. Really brilliant.
Well, thanks, Bill. I guess there's no room for argument there.
Jack, may I say something, too?
Certainly, Gail. What is it?
You ought to play more romantic roles in pictures.
Me? Romantic roles?
Sure, Jack. When you kissed me, it was wonderful.
Really?
When it comes to kissing, you could teach a lot to Robert Taylor and Clark Gable, Tyrone Power.
I know, but I feel so silly kissing them. Oh, say, Bill, as long as you like my work so much, I've got another great script, a magnificent dramatic piece for next week.
But, Jack, we've already got a play in cast for next week.
Well, maybe you could postpone them and use my play instead. It's another great thriller. I play another fellow who's cold, calculating, ruthless.
Ruthless?
Ruthless. I always make that same mistake. But how about my play, Bill? What about the week after next?
You have that set, too, haven't you, Bill?
That's right.
Well, how about the week after that?
Jack, I'm afraid we're all booked up for the third week, too.
Well, look, Bill, will you call me any time in the next few months? I'll be waiting to hear from you.
Sure, Jack. Do I have your number?
You don't need my number. I'll be waiting in the wings.
Okay, Jack. And for tonight, at least, our most sincere thanks. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Bill. Oh, Bill, by the way, I don't like to bring this up, but every little bit helps, so... Well, you know, haven't I got something coming to me for tonight's performance?
Oh, yes, Jack. Where do you want it, in the abdomen or in the back?
In the side pocket. Good night, Bill.
Good night, Jack and Gail. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Mail call from the United States of America. Stand by, Americans. Stand by, servicemen of the United Nations. Here is Mail Call, one big package of words and music and laughter delivered to you by the stars from whom you want to hear. In answer to the request you send to Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. And here to act as your mistress of ceremonies is a girl who is a top favorite of GIs all over the globe, Dinah Shore.
Thank you, Harry Von Zell. Hiya, fellas. Well, I won't waste much time with chatter. Just get right down to the business of our show. Here's a threesome you all like, the King Cole Trio. And they start the joint jumping with the man on the little white keys.
Here we are together, and we're in the mood to swing. First, I'd like to tell you about the rhythm that we bring. Now on my right flank is a guy who plays a mad guitar, and when he takes a solo flight, he shoots up to a star. flank is a boy who plays a mighty bass. And when he takes a solo jack, his rhythm rocks the place. Now hold it just a second, bud. Don't flip another bop. And let us tell the people who we think is really tops. Now in this corner sits a guy who plays the gobber keys. Just so long, relax yourself and listen, if you please. You knock me out, your praise of me is high. Now come on, let's combine this jive and let the rhythm fly. Rhythm is our specialty, we always try to please a bass, a guitar, and the man on little white keys. Hear this rockin' rhapsody, your head can't say ABC. A bass, a guitar, and the man on little white keys. If you're out for mellow evening, we will be around. Want some robbing, not that stopping, brush your carcass, lay it down. Dig the solitude and grooving, swinging it out with ease. A bass, a guitar, and the man on little white keys. Solid keeping, leaping with the breeze. A bass, a guitar, and the man on the little white keys.
King Cole Trio, that was really groovy. Second out of the mailbag comes that character, Bora Minovich and his Rascals, who harmonicized Brazil. Rascals, take it away. Thank you, Bora Minovich. You fellas really make music. Now, fellas, here's a swell gal who has one of the world's greatest personalities. From head to foot, Dorothy Lamour. And Miss Dorothy's going to tell us about personality in song.
Mary Smith had a college education. Sally Jones had a scientific streak. Susie Brown used to lecture on ancient architecture. Josie Green spoke Latin and Greek. Just forgotten girls with forgotten brains, while his story explains when Madame Pompadour was on a ballroom floor, said, oh, the gentleman, obviously. The madam has the cutest personality. And think of all the books about Du Barry's looks. What was it made her the toast of Paris? She had a well-developed personality. And what did Romeo see in Juliet? Or Hero in Pierrette? Or Jupiter in Juno? You know. And when Salome danced and had the boys in trance, no doubt it must have been easy to see that she knew how to use her personality. A girl can learn to spell and take dictation well and never sit on the boss's settee unless she's got a perfect personality. A girl can get somewhere in spite of stringy hair or even just a bit bowed at the knee if she can show a faultless personality. And why are certain girls offered carriages and sable coats and marriages by men who wear their spats right? That's right. So don't you say I'm smart and have the kindest heart. Oh, what a wonderful sister I'd be. Just tell me how you like my personality. Personality.
Oh, that was great, Dorothy. Thank you. Now to mail call comes a gentleman who plays keys that a lot of people didn't even know were on the piano. Art Tatum. And with Art is a solid favorite of yours, Les Paul, with his super-educated guitar. They play Somebody Loves Me. Art Tatum and Les Paul. that was wonderful. An encore now, please. Art Tatum. You know, this afternoon I was at one of the moving picture studios to see producer Mark Hellinger, who wanted to talk to me about a new part. Well, first Danny Kaye arrived in the reception room, and then, as we got to talking...
Well, if it isn't Dinah Shore and my pal Danny Kaye. How are you, kid?
Well, Jack.
Hello, Jack.
And Mabel. Hello, Mabel.
Hello, lover boy.
Why, Mabel Gumshiner, how you talk. Think of that. Well, you better announce me. You know, kids, Mark is going to make a picture called The Life of Jack Benny.
The Life of Jack Benny?
Yeah, me.
Gee, that's great.
You can all go into Mr. Hellinger's office now. He wants to see you all together.
Oh, are Dinah and Danny going to be in the picture, too?
I guess so.
Think of that. 2 great singers and a great comedian in one picture. Gee, how can it miss? Come on, kids. Well, Mark, here we are.
Oh, come in, come in. Please sit down, everybody.
You know, Mark, ever since you called me and told me about The Life of Jack Benny, I haven't been able to sleep a wink.
But I just told you about it this morning.
I know, but I usually take 4 or 5 naps during the day. I'm a regular cat.
I see. Anyhow, for some time I plan to make this picture about your life, Jack.
Yes, yes.
It's a good idea for a picture, but I just couldn't find the right person to play the lead.
You couldn't, eh?
No. But after seeing Danny in his new picture, I've decided he's just the fellow to play Jack Benny.
Well, for heaven's sake, what's wrong with me?
You're not the type.
I'm sorry about this, Jack.
Well, what do you think I am? Now, listen, Mr. Hellinger...
Jack, will you please go over in the corner and take a nap? You'll be in the picture.
I will?
Yes, Danny will be Jack Benny, and Jack, you will play the part of your father.
But, Mark, look, I should play Jack Benny. After all, I've done so many things that nobody knows about but me.
Well, you can tell them to me, and I'll put them in the script.
Are you kidding?
Jack, you'll be the father. And I think Dinah will be excellent for the part of Jack's girlhood sweetheart.
So do I.
You keep out of this.
Yes, Father.
New sensation. Don't bother me, you traitor.
So Dinah will be Jack's sweetheart. the girl he loved in Waukegan.
What's my name, Mr. Hellinger?
Millicent Fairchild.
Millicent Fairchild, what are you talking about? The name of my girlfriend in Waukegan was Gussie Bagelquist. Bagelquist, not Fairchild.
We can't use Gussie Bagelquist. The name doesn't sound romantic.
Well, she was a darn pretty girl. It so happens that I got a snapshot of her right here in my pocket. Here, take a look at that.
Say, she is pretty.
I told you.
But what's that thing she's holding in her right arm?
That's a horse's hind leg. Gussie was a blacksmith.
A blacksmith? What's that?
For your information, city boy, a blacksmith puts shoes on horses. And if you ask me if they're open-toed, I'll smack you right in the jaw.
Well, I don't see why you're mad at me, Jack. This isn't my idea.
Oh, yeah? To think, Mr. Kaye, that I loaned you the money to come out to Hollywood.
I know.
Sure, you know.
But 22%. I could have done better at a bank.
What do you think the Benny Trust Company is, a chili bowl?
Jack, please. Banking hours are over. Now, I have some rough scenes laid out here, and I want to get your opinion on them.
Okay. Rough scenes.
I figure the picture should open in a little farmhouse where you were born.
I wasn't born on a farm. I was born right in town on Genesee Street.
Well, we'll have to make it a farm. I've already hired several cows and pigs and chickens.
But, Mark...
No buts. The farm is a much better locale.
Say, Mr. Hellinger, I hate to complain about this, but I'm afraid of cows and pigs and chickens. Gosh, I've never even seen one in person.
You don't see animals in person, saphead.
Oh, that's bad, Danny. That's bad. Well, I guess the farm idea is out.
I'm not afraid of animals.
We'll start the story in town. And, little Jackie Benny is in the parlor practicing his singing lesson.
Singing lesson? I study the violin.
But Danny can't play the violin.
So what? The life of Jack Benny without a violin is like corned beef and cabbage without corned beef.
Well, there's a war going on.
What's that got to do with it? The life of Jack Benny without a violin.
That's right.
The silliest thing I ever heard of. Well, I give up.
Now, Danny, in the picture, you're supposed to be a musical prodigy. You're familiar with all the great symphonies, even though you're a child.
Oh, that's fine, Mark, because, I love all the Russian composers.
But you never even heard of more than 3 Russian composers.
Oh, yes, I have, Jack.
All right, name 4 Russian composers.
4? I can name 56 of them. There's Malachevsky, Rubinstein, Arensky, and Tchaikovsky, Sapelnikov, Dmitriev, Cherepnin, Kryzhanovsky, Godovsky, Artabuchev, Monayusko, Akimenko, Soloviev, Prokofiev, Tiomkin, Gorochenko. There's Glinkler, Winkler, Bortniansky, Rebekov, Paninsky. There's Metler, Balakirov, Zoratorov, and Koschinski. And Sokolov, and Kopolov, Dukelsky, and Kranovsky. And Shostakovich, Boda, Dinglier, and Novakovsky. There's Lyudov, and Karganov, Markevich, Panchenko. And Dargomisky, Cherbachev, Skriabin, Vasilenko. Stravinsky, Rivsky, Kosakov, Mussorgsky, and Grachaninov, and Glazunov, and Seta, Puikalinikov, Rachmaninoff. Stravinsky, and Grachaninov. And Rachmaninoff. I really have to stop. The subject has been brought to Rachmaninoff. Stravinsky, Grachaninov, Rachmaninoff, Rachmaninoff. I really have to stop. The subject has been brought to Rachmaninoff.
Gee, where'd you get all those names? It's more composers than even I know. And I'm reading the authority on it.
Jack, please. I'm trying to explain the script to Danny.
I'm sorry. Imagine 56 composers.
Now, here's a scene I want you to try, Danny. It's where you come in and ask your father for... In this scene, Danny, you come in and ask your father for...
30 composers.
In the same scene, Danny, you come in and ask your father for money to buy roller skates. You read the father's part, Jack.
Okay, why? I'll never know.
Oh, stop mumbling. Go ahead, Danny.
Dadichka. Dadichka, could I please have $4 to buy rolling skates?
Hey, wait a minute. What's the idea of doing Russian?
Well, isn't Waukegan in Russia?
Waukegan is in Illinois. I was born in a log cabin like Lincoln. Jeepers.
Oh, Danny, try it again. Remember, you're a little country boy.
Okay.
Hey, Paul. Hey, Paul. Can I have $4 to buy a pair of roller skates? Oh, boy.
What do you think I was when I was a kid? A moron? Heavens to Betsy.
Try a city boy, Danny, a city boy.
Yeah, anything but that.
All right, a city boy. Hey, Jake. Hey, Bub, can I put the bite on you for 4 frogskins to buy a pair of roller skates? Everybody in Brooklyn
Now
is
cut
wearing
that out! Listen, Mark, this guy's trying to ruin my life.
Now, Jack.
All I was trying to
No
do...
explanation. I'm getting out of here. You can keep your picture, Mr. Hellinger. Let Mr. K play both me and my father. So long.
Dinah, how about one of your grand songs at this point in the show?
I'd love to, Harry. With my high-starched collar and my high-top shoes and my hair piled high upon my head, I went to lose a jolly hour on the trolley and lost my heart instead. With his light brown derby and his bright green tie, he was quite the handsomest of men. I started to yen, so I counted to 10, then I counted to 10 again. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley. Ding, ding, ding went the bell. Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings. For the moment I saw him, I fell. Chug, chug, chug went the motor. Bump, bump, bump went the brake. Thump, thump, thump went my heartstrings. When he smiled, I could feel the car shake. He tipped his hat and took a seat. He said he hoped he hadn't stepped upon my feet. He asked my name, I held my breath. I couldn't speak because he scared me half to death. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Flop, flop, flop went the wheel. Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. As he started to go, then I started to know how it feels. When the universe reels.
Chug, chug went the motor. Pop, pop went the brake. Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. When she smiled, I could feel the car shake. I tipped my hat, I took a seat. I said I hoped I hadn't stepped upon her feet.
He asked my name, I held my breath. I couldn't speak because he scared me half to death.
Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Flop, flop, flop went the wheel.
Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. As he started to leave, I took hold of his sleeve with my hand. And as if it were planned, he stayed on with me, and it was grand just to stand with his hand holding mine
to the end of the line.
That's it, fellas. The end of another mail call letter. Signatures include Dinah Shore, Danny Kaye, Jack Benny, Mark Hellinger, Art Tatum, Les Paul, Dorothy Lamour, Bora Minovich, the King Cole Trio, and yours truly, Harry Von Zell. This program was arranged with the cooperation of the Hollywood Victory Committee. Another mail call will be coming your way the next time you hear... Mail Call is produced by the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Ladies and gentlemen, the new Dennis Day program with Sharon Douglas, Verna Felton, Dink Trout, John Brown, Joe Kearns, Lee Benadaris, Jerry Hausner, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and starring the popular young singer of the Jack Benny Show in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. And now here's Dennis singing Take Care.
Take care when you say take care. Your lips may impart sweeter things than your heart means to say. Take care when you say take care. Don't whisper tonight words that fade in the light of the day. Who knows if the spell we're under will still be as strong when the moon is no longer there. A heart that's swayed in a moment such as this may be betrayed by the madness of a kiss. When you say take care, oh, take care. When you say, take care, oh, take
Yes, that was the beautiful voice of Dennis Day. But exactly what sort of person is our hero? Well, suppose we ask some of the folks of Weaverville where Dennis lives and works. They know him best. For example, there's his boss, Mr. Willoughby, who owns the drugstore where Dennis jerks sodas. Mr. Willoughby, how do you feel about Dennis?
Dennis Day? Well, when I first met Dennis and hired him to work behind my fountain, I wasn't sure whether he was a soda jerk or not. But I knew he was some kind.
Yeah. And now, how about a few words from Mildred, Dennis's girlfriend?
I think Dennis is a perfect love. It's just that no one understands him. People in this town judge other people by how much money they have or how many brains. Either way, it's very unfair to Dennis.
All right, suppose we hear from Mildred's mother now, Mrs. Anderson, who runs the boarding house in which Dennis lives.
Dennis Day will never amount to anything. He has no ambition, no gumption, and very little sense. My daughter thinks she's in love with him, but it's only because he reminds her of her father.
Well, Mr. Anderson, what do you say to that?
Any opinions expressed by me on any subject whatsoever are necessarily those of my wife.
Well, how about a fellow boarder at the Anderson Menage? Mr. Snedeker, how do you feel about Dennis Day?
Don't mention Dennis Day's name to me. I ought to tear him limb from limb. Wants to borrow my car, he says, so he can drive his girlfriend Mildred over to pick up her costume for the masquerade party tonight. Why did I give it to him? Because I'm a big, fat, good-natured slob, that's why. And what happened? What happens to my car? I'll tell you what happened.
Oh, Dennis!
Did you see that? That parked car ran right into me.
golly, it's going to cost me $25 for Mr. Snedeker's fender, Mildred. Where am I going to get $25?
Well, haven't you saved any money out of your salary at the drugstore?
I've only had the job 2 days. Anyhow, with taxes what they are, I couldn't possibly save more than $6 a week.
Well, how much is your salary?
$6 a week.
Well, we've just got to think of something. If Mr. Snedeker tells Mama, she's liable to throw you out of her boarding house. And I don't know where you'd get another room with this housing shortage.
Gee, I'd hate to lose that comfortable room I share with Mr. Appling, Mr. Moore, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Taylor, Mr. Greenberg, Mr. Erickson, Mr. Kerrigan, Mr. Calfleisch, and the Cooper brothers. Especially this week when it's my turn to sleep in the bed.
Well, we just got to raise the money somehow. Mr. Snedeker said if he didn't get his $25, he'd murder you.
Oh, yeah? I'd just like to see him try it, that's all.
What would you do?
What could I do? I'd be dead. But the police would do plenty.
Dennis, if you don't mind, I'd rather he got his money. Oh, if I could only win the prize at the Masquerade tonight.
Huh?
You know, the silver cup for the most outstanding costume. Oh, we could get $25 for it easily.
Well, gosh, maybe you will win, Mildred.
Oh, I haven't a chance. Mama picked out a perfect stinker of a costume for me. Betsy Ross. Now I ask you, Betsy Ross.
That does stink a little. Gee, I just finished a book about a girl who'd make a wonderful character at a masquerade. A somewhat different type from Betsy Ross, of course.
Oh, what book was that?
It was called Forever Amber.
Forever Amber?
Yes, it's a very absorbing book. It took me months and months to get through it, but I finally finished it.
Well, why did it take you so long?
I kept going back over it to see if I'd read right. Very educational reading. You know, Mildred, it's very educational reading for a young fellow like myself, though. Believe me, I learned plenty about the London fire.
Golly, you know, I'll bet Amber would win that cup in a walk. Dennis, I'll do it.
You mean you'll go to the masquerade as Amber?
Exactly.
Gee, you're liable to catch an awful cold.
Don't be silly. Now, what can I do with that costume? Cut out the sleeves, lower the neckline, make it slinky and tight-fitting.
I don't think Betsy Ross would like this.
Oh, gee, Dennis, I'm sure it can be done. Look, I'll go right to work on the costume. Oh, but there's some other things I'll need, and you'll have to get them for me.
Okay.
Now, let's see. I'll need a tiara for my hair, earrings, a pair of black lace step-ins, some exotic perfume.
Ooh, what you said.
Exotic perfume?
No, the one before that.
Now, look, you can get everything in the same place. There's a little shop on Elm Street called Yvette of Paris. Ask for Mademoiselle Yvette herself and tell her what you want.
You think she'll believe me?
Well, tell her that for me. She knows my size and everything. Remember, Mademoiselle Yvette. Now, hurry.
Hello.
Hello.
Could I see Mademoiselle Yvette of Paris, please?
You're talking to the mademoiselle in person already.
You're Mademoiselle Yvette?
But oui. Something I could do for the monsieur yet.
Gee, you have the most peculiar accent. What part of France are you from?
France, he says. Mademoiselle Yvette is just her name on the door.
Then you're not really from Paris?
Listen, the last time I saw Paris, it was holding up my husband's socks. Now, is there something I could do for you?
Well, yes, there is. Mildred Anderson asked me to get some things for her. A tiara for her hair, a pair of earrings, some exotic perfume.
Yes?
And a pair of black lace. Black lace?
What's the matter, you bashful?
Yeah.
You mean a pair of these?
Oh, put him down! Put him down!
So what's the matter? Why are you getting excited? There's nobody in them.
I know, but I got a vivid imagination. Anyway, she doesn't want that kind. She wants black lace.
Black lace, huh? Is black lace becoming already in Weaverville de rigueur?
De rigueur?
It's a little thing I picked up from Charles Boyer. It means stylish.
Oh, I see. You pick up little things from Charles Boyer, huh?
All the time. It should happen to my husband. Okay, anything else?
No, that's all.
All right, I'll wrap everything up together. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Gee, these pink ones are kind of cute. I wonder if... No. Still, they might. I'll ask Mademoiselle Yvette. No, it's ridiculous. I'm sure they don't make them for men.
That'll be $11.50.
$11 and... Oh, my goodness. I'm afraid you'll have to charge it.
Charge it? Who to?
Why, to Mrs. Anderson, Mildred's mother. She's a customer of yours, isn't she?
Yeah. I guess it'll be all right. Here.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I wonder. Hello, Mrs. Anderson. This is Yvette of Paris. Look, Yvette of Paris. Yvette of... Rena Feinschreiber, who makes for you the corsets. Look, a young man was just here who bought for your daughter some very fancy schmancy underwear. And I was
I saw you standing in the sun, and you were something to see. I know what I like, and I like what I saw, and I said to myself... Hello, Mrs. Anderson.
Good evening, Dennis. It may interest you to know that I just had a phone call from Mademoiselle Yvette.
Oh, really?
I have also had a little talk with my daughter Mildred.
Oh, really?
I found out she intended going to tonight's masquerade dressed as a certain brazen hussy.
Oh, really?
She is not going to the masquerade at all. I've locked her in her room.
Oh.
Dennis, if you say, oh, really again, I shall scream.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I did.
Oh, really?
I also found out that the idea of going as this Amber came from you.
Oh, no, ma'am. I just happened to mention...
Nevertheless, Dennis, Mr. Anderson and I feel it's about time someone had a serious talk with you. Normally, of course, that's the duty of the head of the family.
Yes, ma'am.
But my husband has offered to do it instead.
Yes, ma'am.
I leave. And you two may talk this over, boy, well, whatever the two of you are, talk it over.
Good evening, Dennis.
Oh, hello, Mr. Anderson. I didn't see you sitting there. I guess your wife had you blocked off.
Been that way for 22 years. My wife is pretty excited about Mildred wanting to go to the party as Amber, Dennis.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Anderson never let me read Forever Amber. She said it was no book for a man with funny ideas in his head.
Oh, have you got funny ideas in your head?
No, but she said I would have if I read it.
That's silly. I read it, and I haven't got any idea of any kind in my head.
You know, this Amber, Dennis, what sort of a girl is she?
Oh, you know, companionable, good mixer, makes friends easily.
Yes, I understand she's quite friendly. Oh, well.
Yes, sir.
But we certainly don't want Mildred pretending she's such a character, even for a masquerade, do we, Dennis?
No, sir.
We want Mildred to grow up the kind of a woman that her mother is, don't we?
No, sir.
I think we want Mildred to grow up the kind of a woman her mother is, don't we?
No, sir.
You know... Oh, Dennis, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Mrs. Anderson undoubtedly has many good qualities, but she does boss you around quite a bit.
Well, all women boss you around, Dennis. Some do it quietly and sweetly. Some, like my wife, do it loudly and firmly. But they all boss you around.
Golly, maybe the world would be better off if there weren't any women. Just men and children.
What a beautiful thought. Well, I hope you've gotten something out of this little talk, Dennis.
Yes, sir, I have.
I know I have. I'm going to read that Forever Amber if it takes me the next 10 years. And if it's what I think it is, who cares?
Yes, sir. Well, I'll be getting back to Mademoiselle Yvette with this stuff. We won't need it now. Bye, Mr. Anderson.
Bye, Dennis.
Dennis.
Huh?
Dennis, over here.
Mildred.
Quick, climb through the window and don't let Mama see.
What?
Hurry and hand me that box. Here. Easy. You heard what Mama said about the party, huh?
Yeah, she won't let you go.
I know. She took one look at what I did to this Betsy Ross costume and nearly fainted.
Gosh, you did make it kind of daring. Well, I guess we'll never get that $25 now.
And why not? This cup is for the most outstanding costume, isn't it? Isn't this costume outstanding?
Yes, but there's no one to wear it.
Oh, yes, there is.
Well, what do you intend to... Oh, no. No, Mildred, don't look at me like that.
Oh, Dennis, don't be that way. You'll make a beautiful Amber.
But how can I be a girl? Girls are built differently than I am. I'm taller.
Well, notice that. I guarantee that in this dress and wig, no one will be able to tell you from Amber.
I bet I could never fool Charles I. No, Mildred, I won't do it.
Dennis, think of Mr. Snedeker's fender. Think of the $25. Think of the housing shortage.
All I can think of is black lace. Black lace.
They're step-ins.
It isn't how I get in, it's how I feel after I'm there.
All right, Dennis. I guess I shouldn't have asked you. Forget it.
Mildred, I
thought I meant something to you. I thought you'd do it for my sake. I was wrong.
Oh, Mildred, stop. I can't stand seeing anyone cry.
You don't care if Mama throws you out of the house and we never see each other again. You don't care.
Mildred, I can't stand here and see a woman cry like that. There's only one thing I can do.
Yes?
I'm going to get out of here.
Dennis, you come back here. We're going to win that cup and pay off Mr. Snedeker. Now go in the bathroom and get those clothes off.
But, Mildred...
Here, take all this and put it on. And when you come out, I'll fix your makeup.
You mean I have to put all this on?
Yes.
Mildred, I read another book once about a wonderful character named Abraham Lincoln. All I need is a beard and a short pair of stilts, and I'm sure that...
Get into that bathroom.
Yes, ma'am. Gee, my mother always wanted a girl, but this is ridiculous. Well, I finally got the costume on, Mildred. How do I look?
Well, let's see. It's not too bad, except you're a little lumpy in the wrong places. Walk toward me and slink like Amber.
I'm afraid to. This dress is too tight. One slink and I'm slunk.
Well, it is tight. Didn't you put on that girdle I gave you?
No.
Why not?
I couldn't get it over my head.
Oh, Dennis, they don't go over your head. Don't you know how to put on a girdle?
I'm afraid not. I've spent most of my life as a boy.
But what on earth makes you look so lumpy from your hips down?
Oh, that's my long underwear.
You didn't take that off?
You think I want to catch cold? There's a terrible draft through this thing.
Dennis, you didn't have to keep your flannels on. I gave you those black lace step-ins to wear.
I know, but I stepped into them wrong. They're black lace kilts now.
Well, sit still now. I'm going to put on your makeup.
Okay.
First, a little mascara. There we are. Now, some powder.
Hey! Watch where you put that stuff.
You're supposed to keep your mouth closed.
Golly, if men were girls, we'd never bother with all this stuff.
If men were girls, we wouldn't either. Now, look, Dennis, hold still while I put on your lipstick, and we're all set. There we are.
How am I?
Why, Dennis, you're absolutely ravishing. Honestly, you're gorgeous.
Gee, really?
Just go over and take a look in that mirror.
Okay. Pardon me, miss. Would you mind stepping aside? Oh, that's me.
Of course it is. Well?
Gee, I am kind of desirable.
Oh, Dennis, I just know you're going to win that prize. Oh, now, look, we haven't much time. Here's the keys to my father's car. Slip out the window to say when you got in.
You'll have to boost me up. I don't dare bend over in this dress.
All right. Oh, I do hope you win, Dennis. There. And please, please be careful of Daddy's car.
I will, Mildred. Gee, I did look like an awfully cute girl in that mirror. Not my type, of course, but some men like them. Oh, golly, here comes the man. Here's my chance to find out how I look. I'll drop my handkerchief and see what happens.
Oh, pardon me. Did you drop this handkerchief?
Why, yes. How careless of me.
Well, here you are.
Oh, thank you, sir. You're really too kind.
Oh, that's okay. Oh, say, by the way.
Yes?
You got a match, buddy?
Hello, Mr. Willoughby.
Hello, Dennis. I beg your pardon, miss. When I heard your voice, I thought you were a boy who works for me.
I do. I'm Dennis.
Well, by George. I'd certainly never know you in that dress and with a mask on. Say, who are you supposed to be, Dennis?
I'm Amber. You know, the book, Forever Amber.
Oh. I may have read it. It sort of escapes my memory.
Then you didn't read it. Say, Mr. Willoughby, when do the judges judge the costumes? It's 10 o'clock, and I got to get out of here before I get that 5 o'clock shadow.
Huh?
Twice.
Oh. Well, the man who's judging the costumes hasn't arrived yet, and by George, I wish he'd get here. If he...
There's someone coming in the door now, Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, yes, good, that's him, and high time, too.
Oh, my goodness.
Something wrong, Dennis?
The judge of the costumes. It's Mr. Snedeker.
That's right, he's coming over here now.
Mr. Willoughby, I can't stay here. If he sees me, he'll punch me right in my mascara.
He won't recognize you in that outfit any more than I did.
But my voice...
I'll tell him you're a foreigner. Speak to him in Spanish.
I don't know a word in Spanish.
Neither does he. You're perfectly safe. Oh, Mr. Snedeker, right over here, please.
Oh, sorry to be late, Willoughby. That imbecile who works for you wrecked my car, and I had a devil of a time getting a taxi. If I ever get my hands on that young, Oh, I beg your pardon. What have we here?
Uh-oh.
Mr. Snedeker, may I present Senorita Lolita Del Rio? The senorita just got here from Chile.
Well, I'm delighted, senorita. Delighted.
Hacienda, senor.
Well, now, if you two will excuse me, I have a great many things to attend to.
Oh, no, don't leave us, Senor Willoughby.
I'm afraid I must. Adios.
But, Senor Willoughby...
Oh, let him go. Much cozier with just the two of us. Senorita.
Oh, tico, senor.
Well, so you're from Chile. You don't look very chilly to me. I'll bet you're a dream, all right, underneath that mask. How about a peek, huh?
Oh, no, senor.
Oh, come on, a teensy-weensy little peek.
No, senor. Not until the price for the winning costume has been giving out.
Oh, I see what you mean, my little enchilada.
I thought you would, my great big cucamonga.
Speaking as the official judge, I think your costume has an excellent chance.
Oh, thank you, senor.
Yes, an excellent chance. Are you married, senorita?
No.
Neither am I, you know what I mean?
See, but I doubt if anything will come of it.
I don't know. I waited a long time for the right girl to come along. Who can say I'm not looking into her eyes right now?
Me.
Huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to award the trophy for tonight's outstanding costume. That is, if our judge, Mr. Snedeker, has a winner picked out.
I sure have, my little beauty?
Oh, Senor Snedeker.
Folks, your attention, please. Now, after a careful study of every costume here tonight, I take pleasure in awarding this beautiful silver cup to the little lady on my left. Oh, what was that name again, senorita?
Dennis Day.
Senorita Dennis Day. Well, my little tamale, are you satisfied now? You can take this lovely silver cup back to... Senorita who?
Dennis Day.
You! Why, you are...
Mr. Snedeker, please. calm down. Don't get excited.
Don't get excited. Why, I as good as proposed to you.
It's all right. I didn't accept.
Didn't accept?
Oh, Mr. Snedeker, if you'd like to withdraw your offer of marriage now, believe me, I'll understand.
Why, let me at him. Let me at him.
Mr. Snedeker,
let
please.
Let me at him.
Dennis Day returns to sing the beautiful ballad, All Through the Day.
I sit alone in the golden daylight, but all I see is a silver sky. For in my fancy I sweep away light and keep my image of the sky just the way we like it, you and I. Until the time when I'm here with you. Down falls the sun, I run to meet you. The evening mist melts away. Through the day, down falls the sun, I run to meet you. The evening mist melts away. Down smiles the moon, and soon your lips recall the kiss I dreamed of.
Be sure to be with us next week for another in the series of Dennis Day programs. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dennis Day, who'll be back when you hear...
Oh, that makes life seem worthwhile, dwells in your eyes, and the spell of your
Corning speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. There's a contagious disease spreading around the college these days, and you don't have to be a doctor to recognize the symptoms. A wandering eye, the listless manner, and the unwonted eagerness and rejoicing with which the dismissal bell is greeted. All these are the signs of spring fever. And no one at Ivy seems to escape the affliction, least of all Dr. William Todhunter Hall, the president, and his wife Victoria, who are taking an afternoon stroll through the campus.
Vicky, if I'm called upon to justify my absence from presidential duties this afternoon, I hope I can do so with dignity and logic.
Oh, go on. I guess even a college president can play hockey now and then if he wants to.
Hooky, my love. The word is hooky. Hockey is a sport usually played on ice.
Oh, ever play it?
Hooky?
No, hockey.
Oh, yes. In my junior and senior years here at Ivy, I played goalie.
Same time as you played hockey? My, you're busy, weren't you?
No. A goalie is a hockey player. He guards the goal, which is a sort of a cage on a steel frame. One year, we took our paraphernalia over to Newcastle College because they were short of equipment. The papers made quite a to-do about our carrying goals to Newcastle.
Oh, yeah, Newcastle. Yeah, I like this story. Well, if you're caught, I'll tell them you were running a few degrees of spring fever and had to get some fresh air.
Yes, in these vernal seasons of the year, as John Milton said, when the air is calm and pleasant, it were an injury and sullenness against nature not to go out and see her riches and partake in her rejoicing.
I somehow can't think of Milton rejoicing. I just think of him as a melancholy fellow who lost his paradise.
But he regained it, you remember. I think his publishers demanded a cheerful sequel.
No, I think maybe 20th Century Fox made him an offer if he'd fixed it up with a box office ending.
And in that case, it would have been 17th Century Fox.
Oh, yes.
But why are you staring at Emerson Hall, Vicky? And not that I hold any brief for it as an academic Taj Mahal.
Yes, but I always wanted to ask you, what's that odd little balcony above the entrance for?
Well, that, my love, is known as Applegate's Folly. It was originally designed by Applegate as a niche to hold a statue. But a great controversy arose as to whose statue. Partisans fought for such favorites as Socrates, Copernicus, Elbert Hubbard, and Ulysses S. Grant.
Who won? Stonewall Jackson?
No, a compromise was finally achieved in the person of Wilbur Bessemer, the then president of Ivy, and literally a stout fellow. But then it was discovered that the niche was too narrow. Either Bessemer would have to go on a drastic diet, or they would have to settle for someone tall and lean, like Abraham Lincoln. But since Lincoln was already mounted in the foyer of Emerson Hall, the plan was abandoned.
Yeah, I know I'm going to regret this, but why didn't somebody think of putting Emerson in Emerson Hall?
Oh, they did. Oh, yes. But Emerson's statue had already been installed in Hawthorne Hall. No, don't ask me why. No, I don't know.
Well, anyway, that I understand completely. Now, my Aunt Edith always kept the pepper in the salt cellar.
Well, that's a parallel case.
Yes. Just cut across here, darling, and go home by way of the horticultural building. Oh, it smells so good over there. Maybe I can beg a handful of jonquils for the living room.
Splendid idea, Vicky. A little floral decoration.
Hello, Miss Hall. Hiya, Doc.
Grogan.
Pull over to the curb and shut your motor off a minute, will you?
Why, of course, Grogan. Have we violated some pedestrian regulation?
Nothing personal, Doc, but if I was to let you go through here, cutting across the flower beds, every knucklehead in this brain factory of yours would have been tramping all over the place in their size 12s, and it ain't fair to Newts and the gardener.
Well, I'm sorry, Grogan. It was my idea, and I didn't know anything was planted here.
Nobody ever knows anything is planted here because nothing ever comes up. Anything Newts and grows here is strictly for the boys.
Did it ever occur to anybody to put up a sign saying keep off or something, or am I oversimplifying?
Oh, you ain't oversimplifying, ma'am. You're underestimating.
Underestimating what, Grogan?
Well, the talent these kids around here got for larceny. I'll put up a dozen signs. Every time I turn my back, somebody swipes them. If a sign stays up for 3 months, nobody wants it. But a fresh painted sign with a varnish not hardly dry yet, this is a prize. They got to steal it. What's the psychology of it, Doc?
Oh, it's a psychotic reversion, Grogan. Definitely related to the Oedipus and Electra complexes.
No.
Yes. With overtones of frustration. Stemming, undoubtedly, from a traumatic experience in the cortex or medulla oblongata.
Ain't it the truth?
The undergraduate compulsion to acquire public notices is an inverted form of exhibitionism, underscored by a neurotic disturbance in the realm of the anxiety syndrome.
Ooh, what spring does to him.
It's an aberration. Commented on and documented copiously by the Viennese psychologist Van Schmickelberg in his monumental Auf Niebenhauer Blickenspiel, and supplemented later by Dipfelmeier, as set forth in his 12-volume Schlagenprofunde den Linden mit Pfeffernussen in der Kringelsturm.
It's amazing, Doc, the way you and me think along the same line.
He'd like to lend you Von Schmickelberg's book any time you want to read it. What was the name of it again, dear?
You mean the Kriegswasser nicht verstehen in der Aufgeschmacke?
No. I mean the Schwander der Dudelsack Pfeifer.
There's so many of them.
Yes.
Well, Grogan, I'm sorry we violated the regulation.
That's okay, Doc. I spent half my life keeping people from taking the shortcut, and the other half looking for stolen signs, the brass ball off the flagpole, the skeletons out of the medical building. I find them, read them the riot act, growl on them, and say, listen, chums, no more, see? And what happens? They pat me on the back and say, good old Grogan, the student's friend.
And you know they mean it, Grogan.
Well, before it goes to my head and I start pinning medals on myself, I got to go track down 25 missing Somalians.
$25?
Yeah, and it's a mess, Doc. Some gal loses $25 in one of the dormitories, so I got to right away and start making like Scotland Yard, with a dean of women breathing down my leg like a police commissioner.
Well, if this is true, Grogan, it's a serious charge.
Oh, don't I know it? And the trouble is, every time I look at these nice kids, I can't believe one of them might be a crook. They can steal my good signs, and I don't worry. But when money turns up missing, that ain't a good sign. That's a bad one.
Darling, it's nearly 5. Aren't you about through for the day?
One more appointment, Vicky. Dean Huxley called, and she's sending one of her young charges over to see me.
Oh, dear. Some co-ed out late again without a pass.
No, this is one of our most exemplary students, Eleanor Joyce.
Eleanor? Oh, she's one of the bright and busy ones. I don't know how she finds the time. She's on half the student committees this year.
Yes, but why does she want to resign from the most important of all of them, the Student Judiciary Council?
Yeah? Maybe she flipped her lid.
Flipped her lid.
It's a slang expression.
I know, dear, but it was not originally a slang expression. No, it derives from From our American Revolution.
Really?
A soldier from a New Hampshire regiment named Philip Lydd. Philip O. Lydd, to be exact. He was in the habit of going all to pieces at the first rattle of musketry. So, doing a Philip O. Lydd soon became a New England expression. And by 1800 had become corrupted to flip the lid.
William,
Yes, dear?
was the case of Philip O. Lydd covered in von Schmickelberg's book?
So, Victoria, my love, you are becoming much too perceptive.
Yes.
Yes, I can see. I shall
Oh,
have
that
to...
must be Eleanor, Toddy. As von Schmickelberg would say, ich will der Dog gessen. Hello, Mrs. Hall. Good afternoon, Eleanor. Come in. Dr. Hall's waiting for you.
Thank you. I rushed over as soon as I got out of class. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Miss Joyce. Won't you sit down?
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Well, Dean Huxley sent me over, but of course you know that. I suppose she's told you that I want to resign from the Judiciary Council.
Yes, she has. Naturally, I'm surprised and disappointed.
And you might as well face it, Eleanor. Dr. Hall's going to try his best to change your mind, and I don't think you've got a chance.
Well, Miss Joyce, I know you're serving on several student committees, but I'd like to suggest that if you must drop one, it should not be the Student Judiciary Council.
But, Dr. Hall, you see, I don't feel that I'm any longer qualified to serve on it.
Well, being on a Judiciary Council makes you a kind of judge, Eleanor, but do you think you should be the judge of the judge, since you are the judge?
Oh, but I'm just one of three, Mrs. Hall. I certainly can be replaced easily enough, and besides, it's such a big responsibility.
Oh, I know it is, Eleanor, but responsibilities mustn't be shirked because of their size. In physics, we are taught that there is no action without a reaction. By extension, there is no privilege without an attendant responsibility. Yours is the privilege of possessing brains and judgment and the high regard of your fellow students. Your obligation is to use these possessions wisely and for the common good.
But, Eleanor, you must have had a good reason for wanting to resign.
You see, Mrs. Hall, the next case that's coming up before the council concerns a girl who's been accused of taking money from another girl's room.
Oh, yes, I did hear that some money had been reported missing, but I was hoping it was just a loss and not a theft. However, it seems to me that this is exactly the kind of instance where you can most properly fulfill your function as a student judge.
But, Dr. Hall, Judy, the girl they've accused, is my roommate, one of my very best friends.
Oh, dear. Well, I can see where that would make it embarrassing for both of you.
Yes, it also makes it a great deal more important that you should remain on the council. Your withdrawal now could be taken as an assumption by you of her guilt.
Eleanor, do you really think Judy took the money?
I don't know what to think, Mrs. Hall. Well, everybody knows that Judy was the only one in the dormitory Sunday afternoon, and I know she couldn't have taken it, but, well, Judy's always broke, and then Monday morning, right out of the blue, she paid me back $15 she's owed me for several weeks. When I asked her where she got it, she got angry and said it was none of my business.
Well, surely you wouldn't convict her on that kind of flimsy evidence, would you?
No, of course not, but when I tried to ask her for some explanation because I wanted to help her, she got so mad that now I'm positive she thinks that I believe she's guilty, and, well, I just can't face her.
Well, Eleanor, however personally distressing this may be for you, I don't think you should evade your responsibility. And you might remember two of Sir Matthew Hale's rules for judicial conduct. That you be wholly intent upon the business you are about, remitting all other cares and thoughts as unseasonable. And that you suffer not yourself to be prepossessed with any judgment at all until the whole business be heard.
The Voice of America is bringing you this presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
And
And now to return to the halls of Ivy. It's the following morning, and Victoria Hall is reading the newspaper while Dr. Hall, after many interruptions, is trying to concentrate on a long and complicated financial report.
Now, let me see. Installing sump pump in basement of Wellman Hall.
Installing a what, Toddy?
A sump pump. And for $1,450. It's outrageous. I think, not knowing exactly how much one should pay for a sump pump.
Well, maybe some sump pumps come to a bigger sum than other sump pumps. Well, incidentally, what exactly is a sump pump? Yeah, and please don't refer me to that Viennese authority von Schnickelberg. No.
A sump pump, my love, is a pump installed in a sump. A sump is a pit or reservoir. Now, if I can have a moment's quiet, it seems to me that $1,450.
Oh, I'm
What
sorry.
happened? What was that?
I'm sorry. I thought I'd take the receiver off the hook so the phone wouldn't ring and disturb you while you were working. I dropped the telephone.
Well, thank you just the same. Now, let me see. For $1,450 for installing the something. Well, what's that?
Oh, it's just the vacuum cleaner, dear. I'll get Louisa to turn it right on.
Oh, it's inevitable. Louisa has an infallible sense of timing. Whenever I have work requiring concentration, this and no other is the time for vacuum cleaning. I know that some people would enshrine the man who invented the vacuum cleaner among the immortals. But I, who ask only for one little moment of cloistered quiet...
Oh, darling, Louisa must have heard you. She's turned it off.
When you think that for the sake of a speck or two of dust, you endanger the delicate tissues of our neural system, and when you consider that $1,450 for the sump pump plus $648.
Yes, well, it's all right. Louisa will answer the door.
$1,456. Oh, no. I've been looking at the wrong figure.
I'm over here, darling.
Yes, I see. $1,450. Oh, I see. I don't add the $1,450. That's included. Oh, dear. Come in, Louisa.
Excuse me, Dr. Hall. The mayor's here.
Oh.
Mrs. Hall, I put it in the icebox. Yeah, well, thank you so much, Louisa. It's very thoughtful of you, and I'm glad you told me. I know you don't like me to, Dr. Hall, but it was turning green. But what can you expect when you've had it since Christmas?
Well, if I've had it since Christmas, Louisa, you might just as well throw it out. It's even too late to reply by telegram.
That's the funniest thing I ever heard, Dr. Hall. They say that sometimes when cheese gets old, it smells so strong it can walk away by itself. But I never knew it could walk as far as the telegraph office. Oh, it's the cheese you put in the icebox, not the mail. That's what I said, Mrs. Hall. Oh. Now, what did I do with the mail? What's that peeping out of your apron pocket? Oh, my. Here you are, Dr. Hall. Here's the mail.
Thank you, Louisa.
And, Mrs. Hall, I'll just have to sweep today. Well, got my work to do. Must have been a hairpin.
Now, how does a hairpin make a cheese turn green?
Yeah. Well, it's a good question, and I have a silly answer. The hairpin was caught in the vacuum cleaner, darling, and I quite stopped so suddenly.
Oh, hairpins. Yes, I must remember that. In the future, when I want quiet, I shall tiptoe out and silently strew hairpins all around.
Yes. And just as silently pay the repair bills, I'm sure. Any mail for me?
Vicky, look at this. $25.
Oh, Toddy, you won something. Have you been sending in box tops again? Huh? Trying to win a little dandy space patrol disintegrator with a built-in rocket signal?
Listen to the note with it. I'm sorry I caused such trouble. Judy Buckley didn't steal the money. I did. I just wanted to borrow it. But since there's been so much fuss, I am returning it. I hope this clears up everything without any further trouble for her. Naturally, it's unsigned.
Well, good for Miss Unsigned. That gets Eleanor out of her dilemma.
Yes, but it poses a dilemma for me. What about Miss Anonymous? Since she's returned the money, am I just to accept her explanation? Or am I to try and find out her identity? I think I'd better call Dean Huxley about this right away.
Yes, and Eleanor, too. She'll be delighted. But, darling, first of all, you'd better get in touch with Grogan and tell him to call off his bloodhound.
Yes.
Hi, Hiya, cutie.
Just wipe your shoes on the matting, Mr. Grogan, and don't call me cutie.
Okay, lammy pie.
Wipe your feet good. Got enough mud on them to plant petunias in.
What, home?
Last time you was here, you tracked up the whole living room.
Oh, come on, give us a smile. Leave us see your dimples.
There are footmarks all over Dr. Hall's study, too.
Oh, I like to leave little reminders of myself around, sweetie puss.
Oh, Mr. Grogan, come in.
How are you, Miss Hall?
Dr. Hall's in the study. He's expecting you.
Oh, good.
Mrs. Hall, it came back, and I hung it in the basement. And such big feet, too.
Well, I see it, and I hear it, and I'll never believe it. What a dame. She talks like a warped Ouija board.
And before we start speculating about whose feet are hanging in the basement, let's go. Toddy, Officer Grogan's here.
Hello, Grogan. Come in.
Hi, Doc. Got the message you wanted to see me.
That's right. I'd like to turn over the missing $25 to you.
What missing $25?
Well, you know, the money you were looking for in the dormitory.
Yes, it was returned to me with an unsigned letter.
Now, wait a minute. Leave us not go our separate ways together. You want to give me $25, I'll take it. But this ain't the $25 that was missing from the dormitory.
Why? What makes you so sure it isn't?
On account of I found that $25 myself early this a.m. That's Grogan. While the world sleeps, he's out solving crime.
How could you have found the stolen money? It was returned to Dr. Hall in this morning's mail.
That money wasn't stolen. It was just mislaid. Look, in what I've learned, seems like 100 years working with these kids. But I've learned when something is lost, it probably ain't. So I figures money is paper. Where do kids put papers? In books, comes my quick reply. So I says to this doll, go through all your books, mouse mind. And she does. And there it was in her trigonometry.
It doesn't really make much sense. You find the $25 in a book.
And I receive, ostensibly, the same $25 in the morning mail.
Well, it ain't often I get two solutions to the same crime, Doc. But it looks like you're $25 ahead. You could stick it in your pocket and forget it. But you got a conscience. The most expensive organ in the human body. So, what do? Go pinch somebody for sending you 25 clams?
No, it won't be necessary, Grogan. The case is closed, thanks to your experience and ingenuity. And since I now know who sent me this money, I must get busy and return it.
But, Toddy, who? Oh.
Shh, my love, this is hush money, and hush money doesn't talk. I sent for you, Eleanor, because I knew you'd be glad to hear that your friend Judy's innocence has been completely established.
Oh, it has? Well, that's wonderful, Dr. Hall.
Yes, Officer Grogan was just here and told us the good news.
Officer Grogan? But what did he have?
He found the money this morning.
The girl had tucked it away in a book and then forgotten all about it.
Found the money in a book? But that's not...
Yes, it wasn't stolen at all, Eleanor.
Oh, then... Oh, Dr. Hall, but Oh, dear.
I also wanted to see you because I have something to return to you. Something I received in the mail this morning. $25. It's yours, isn't it, Eleanor?
Yes, it is, Dr. Hall. I was very stupid, wasn't I?
Oh, I would rather call it a little impulsive and premature, Eleanor. You didn't give your friend Judy a chance.
No wonder she was furious with me. I don't blame her. I'm furious with myself.
Well, fortunately, Eleanor, nobody is guilty and nobody has to stand trial. You weren't aware of it, but you were compounding a felony that never existed. Even if you had shifted the finger of accusation from your friend, suspicion would still have remained very much alive in your own mind. And if Mr. Grogan hadn't solved the mystery, you would have left everybody wondering who took some money that was never stolen.
It
seems a shame, doesn't it, darling, that such a nice girl as Eleanor could make such a mistake in judgment with the best of intentions.
Well, Vicky, as Oscar Wilde observed, whenever a man does a thoroughly stupid thing, it is always from the noblest motive.
You were very gentle in handling her, Toddy. And now, while you're enjoying the satisfaction you so richly deserve for the solution of this case, I've got a mystery of my own to solve.
And what is that, my love?
I've got to go and find out whose feet Louisa hung in the basement. And I hope it's von Schickelberg.
We'll be seeing you next week at this same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
That surround us here today.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Jerry Hausner, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's your fun?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Is late in coming to Mel Blanc's little town, and young lovers are taking advantage of the good weather by occupying lonely park benches. On a bench in one secluded spot of the park, Mary Jones is saying to her boyfriend,
Tom, here comes the policeman. You better take your arm down.
And in another secluded spot, Shirley Adams is saying to her boyfriend,
Bob, here comes a policeman. Better stop kissing me.
And in another dimly lit spot where Betty Colby is sitting with her boyfriend, Mel Blanc, Betty is saying,
Nell, here comes a policeman. Better stop feeding the squirrels.
Well, the evening progressed, time passed, and once again Betty spoke.
Oh, Mel, can't you be more romantic?
Oh, I'm sorry, Betty. May I hold your hand?
Of course.
May I put my arm around you?
Uh-huh.
May I kiss you?
But, Mel...
Oh. Pardon me, officer. Do you mind getting up so I can sit next to my girl? Thanks.
You can kiss me now, Mel. Well?
Officer, haven't you got any place to go?
No, I don't have to check in till 9 o'clock.
Come on, Betty. Let's walk back to the fix-it shop.
Oh, what a way to spend an evening. I should have listened to my father and gone out with Willie Murdoch tonight.
Oh, Betty, let's not argue now. You look so beautiful tonight.
Oh, thanks, darling.
Just like the cover girl on this month's Hardware Journal.
That's sweet.
Miss Pressure Cooker of 1947. Hey, look, Betty, I'm going to show your father who's better, Willie or me. Tomorrow night, I'm going to really take you out.
I'll show you the best time you ever had.
That's wonderful, Mel.
First, I'll take you to dinner. You'll eat and eat and eat until you'll never be able to look at another Frankfurter.
So that's your idea of a good time, Mel Blanc. No wonder Father likes Willie better. In fact, Father may announce our engagement any day.
What? Oh, we can't do that. Betty, we'll elope.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Oh, no. No, that's terrible. I just remembered his new shotgun.
Oh, Mel, stop worrying. You know Father never shoots anything but blank.
That's what I'm worried about.
You are a coward. You just haven't any courage.
Well, you're right, Betty. I can't figure it out. I'm such a good actor, and when I act like a tough guy, I'm really tough. Why can't I be like that all the time?
Oh, you can't even act tough.
Oh, no? Listen to this. Okay, copper. This is it, see? I'm going to let you have it, see? You got a minute to live, see? Officer, why must you keep following us around like this?
I just want to be sure this young lady got you home all right. So long, O'Brien.
O'Brien. You see, Betty, he thought I was Pat.
No, Margaret.
Well, here's your fix-it shop, Mel. I'm going home now. What about the elopement?
Well, listen, Betty. We're eloping at 12 midnight, see? You'll be ready, and I'll bring the gat, see?
The gat?
Yeah, the stepladder. Well, so long, Betty, see?
So long, Mel. I'll be ready.
Okay, Betty, see? Look for me. I'll be waiting for you. Step up and... Oh, hello, Mr. Colby. How are you tonight?
Blank, you were out with my daughter Betty tonight, weren't you?
Oh, how did you know, Mr. Colby?
As soon as she came home, she went to the kitchen and made herself a sandwich.
Gosh, no wonder Betty told me to stop feeding those squirrels. I didn't know she was hungry.
Now listen, you nincompoop. I told you to stay away from my daughter. You don't seem to be getting the idea. Maybe you'll get it better if I mop up the floor with you.
Oh, you don't have to do that, Mr. Colby.
Oh, you mean you get the idea?
No, I mopped up the floor this morning.
Oh. Now, see here, Mel. Just stay away from the house, and that's all.
Yes, sir, Mr. Colby.
And don't try to call, either.
Yes, sir, Mr. Colby.
And don't send any letters.
Yes, sir, Mr. Colby.
And don't keep saying, yes, sir, Mr. Colby.
Yes, sir, Mr. Jones.
Oh, goodbye.
Oh, Blank, you have no courage. You're nothing but a jam fish. Jelly's too good for you. Why didn't you talk up to him? Why didn't you say, listen, Mr. Colby, I'm not afraid of you, see? I'm tougher than you are, see? And what am I talking about? He's liable to kill me. Gosh, I'm afraid to elope tonight. What am I going to do? I know. Ozuki!
What do you want, Mel?
Look, Zuki, I'm supposed to elope with Betty at midnight tonight. I want you to go over and tell her I won't be there. Now you take the stepladder and you put it up.
Gee, this is romantic. Just like Romeo and Juliet Hamlet. And now I'll put the ladder up against the house and I'll let you climb up. Gosh, it's dark. And now I'll open the window.
Nell, darling, you're here. Kiss me. Suki, it's you.
But thanks anyway.
Where's Mel?
Well, he said to tell you he
can't come.
That's it.
But why?
Betty, what's going on up there?
Oh, it's Father.
Looky, is that you?
Yeah.
What are you doing up on that ladder?
Oh, I'm on that painting the house.
Get down here this minute. There. Zuki, did Mel Blanc send you here?
Well, yeah, he was supposed to elope with Betty, but he was afraid to come.
Ah, so that's it. You tell him if I ever see him around here again, I'll break every bone in his body.
Oh, okay, Mr. Colby. Gee, that poor Mel. For 5 years he's been wanting to marry Betty. He'll never get married. He'll never get married. Always a bridesmaid, never a bride.
take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
The ship of love becomes a wreck when the breath of trouble climbs on deck. Yes, that little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, is fatal to romance. That's why it's so important to use Colgate tooth powder regularly. You see, anyone can be the victim of unpleasing breath. So follow this rule. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and Old Buttermilk Sky.
Old Buttermilk Sky, I'm keeping my eye peeled on you. What's a good word tonight? Are you gonna be mellow tonight? Old Buttermilk Sky, can't you see my little donkey and me? We're as happy as a Christmas tree, heading for the one I love. I'm gonna pop her the question, that question. Do you, darling, do you do? It'll be easy, so easy, if I can only bank on you. Oh, Buttermilk Sky, I'm telling you why, now you know. Keep it in mind tonight, keep a brushing those clouds from sight. Oh, Buttermilk Sky,
don't you fail me when I'm needing you most.
Hang a moon above her hitching popos, hitch me to the one I love. I'm gonna hitch me to the one I love, 'cause you're the one gal that I'm dreaming of. You can if you try. Don't tell me no lie, couldn't fit if you try. Will you be mellow and bright tonight? Buttermilk Sky.
Mel was too frightened to elope with his girl Betty last night, so he sent his assistant Zookie over in his place. Betty's father, Mr. Colby, caught Zookie, and now Mel really is in trouble. But the wonderful thing about Mel is that no matter how trouble piles up on him, he can always concentrate on his work in the fix-it shop. Right now, his clear-thinking brain and nimble fingers are meticulously probing at the inner workings of a Swiss timepiece.
Gosh, I wonder why I haven't heard from Betty. She must hate me.
Swiftly, with experienced fingers, he finds the root of the trouble.
If I only had enough courage, I'd go to Betty's father, and I'd...
Now he gently taps into place the delicate movement of this precision watch.
Now it's working fine. Let's see now. What else was I? Uh-oh. It's that lady killer, Willie Murdoch, the new manager of Mr. Colby's market.
Hi there, Blank. I just came by to tell you that Mr. Colby says he's going to break every bone in your body if you come near the house.
Oh, yeah? Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Mel Blanc, you coward.
But
Father has me locked in the house, and if you don't come here at midnight tonight to get me out, I'll never talk to you again.
But Bet...
You better be there. Goodbye.
But Bet...
Who was that?
But Bet...
Oh, Betty. Well, I gotta go now, Blank. And remember, stay away from that house.
Listen, Murdoch, I'm not afraid of Colby, see? Tell him I'm getting tough, see? Tell him what I sound like, see? See? What do I sound like, see?
Like a Mexican saying yes. Now, here comes Mr. Cushing, your lodge president. So long.
So long.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. Well, how are things at your house?
Wonderful, Mel, wonderful. Nothing like home life. I got the sweetest, most charming little woman in the world.
Mr. Cushing, I never heard you talk like that about your wife.
What wife? I just got a new maid. What a change it's brought, Mel. The three of us working together hand in hand.
Hand in hand?
Yes, my wife gave me the back of her hand, but she found my hand in the maid's hand. What a woman. Ha! Mel, I'd leave her in a minute if she didn't have all that money.
Well, you're not the first man to get into trouble on account of money, Mr. Cushing. Money is the root of all evil.
Yes, Mel, and my wife has such big, fat roots. All she does is accumulate money, buying bonds, clipping coupons, making deposits, burying money.
Well, what's the good of it? She can't take it with her.
I know. She's sending it on ahead. Well, the only consolation I have is that when she does get there, her check won't be worth the asbestos it's written on. I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I don't know what
You think you got troubles, Mr. Cushing? I want to get married to Betty, and Mr. Colby won't let me.
Best friends you ever had.
Oh, but I really want to get married. Besides, if I don't, my rival, Willie Murdoch, will marry her.
Willie will marry Betty?
Yeah.
Best friends you ever had. Mel, I'm going to give you my last word of advice. Take this from a man who knows. Before marriage, everything is wonderful. Strawberries and cream.
And after the marriage?
Hives.
Well, I don't care. I got a trunk full of calamine lotion. My trouble is getting up enough courage to elope with my girl tonight.
What's the matter, afraid?
Yeah. I can't figure myself out. When I act like a tough guy, I'm so tough. If I could only get that actor to become the real me, then I could go up there and elope.
Mel, I know just the man for you to see. Dr. Robert Reamer, a psychiatrist. He'll bring out the tough guy in you.
Well, how come he didn't do it for you?
My wife got to him first. Now, here's his card, Mel. I believe he charges $25 a visit. Well, so long, Brother Zebra.
Oh, so long, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo. $25. Ugga. So you see, Doc, Mr. Colby said if I ever came near the house again, he'd break every bone in my body.
Mr. Blank, from what you've told me, I can see that you are reacting neurotically to a normal situation. In other words, you lack the courage to go through with an elopement.
In other words, Doc, I'm too young to die.
Now I'm going to show you a series of ink blots. No doubt you've seen the picture, the dark mirror, in which Lou Ayres shows ink blots to Olivia de Havilland in order to determine her sanity, inasmuch as she plays the part of twins and is involved in the murder case.
Look, Doc, I came here to be examined, not to see a preview.
Now. Here is the first of the ink blots. What does this remind you of?
A leaky fountain pen.
No. Now, look at this blot.
That looks like a sardine stain on a breadcrumb surrounded by buttermilk.
Oh, excuse me. I'm showing you the piece of paper I had my lunch on. Well, we'll try word association. Now, I'll mention a word, and you say the first thing that comes into your head. Red.
Green.
Stop.
Go.
Apartment.
I'll take it.
We'd better attempt to delve into your childhood experiences. Lie back. Think. Go back. Back. How far back are you?
Oh, fine.
Okay, Doc. Doc, snap out of it!
We went too far back. Mr. Blank, I know just what your trouble is. Frustration neurosis. However, you have to be at your elopement by 12 tonight, so we'd better go now.
Oh, but Dr. Reamer, I'm scared.
Don't you worry. I'll accompany you to the Colby house, and by the time we get there, you'll be dominated completely by the actor in you. Now, the first thing to do... Got it straight, Mr. Blank?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. Hey, Betty, come on down, say.
Mel, quiet. Father will hear you.
Who cares? Let's go, say. Betty, come on down this minute, say.
Mel Blanc, I didn't think you'd have nerve enough, but this is the end. I've stood enough. I'm not talking anymore, and now I'm going to...
Quiet, John L. Lewis. Come on, Betty, let's go, say.
Mel Blanc, I'm going to break every bone.
Just a second, everybody. I'm Dr. Reamer. I can see you all need some personality adjustment.
Oh.
Quiet, Mr. Colby. Now, if you'll accompany me into the house, I think I can quickly straighten this thing out. I think our talk has been most beneficial.
Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
If you're looking for romance, be very sure that no little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, will come between you and your heart's desire. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, night and morning and before every date. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. As for cleaning, no dentifrice at any price will clean your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Bud Heaston reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in the hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
The Mel Blanc Show is written by Mac Benoff. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Ford Dealers of America present the Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guest, Henry Morgan, Fulton Hopper, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar speaking for your Ford dealer. Have you been around to his showroom yet to see his exciting beauty parade of new Fords? At your Ford dealers, you can get inside this great new car and have a good, thorough look at its luxurious interior. You can get all the inside story on the new midship ride, hydrocoil and Powerflex springs, equipoise power, and magic action brakes.
Then you'll go for the good news about the new Ford savings of gas and oil. Savings up to 10%. Aye, man, that's thrift. That's really squeezing the pennies. Tomorrow at your Ford dealers, find out all about the new Ford. Well, it's Sunday night again, and here's Fred Allen driving up in his 49 Ford to keep his weekly date at the corner of Main Street. As Fred steps out of his Ford, he hears a voice say,
Mr. Allen!
Say, Portland, kitty girl. Well, tell me, wait till I get the door locked here. Tell me, Portland, what have you been up to since I saw you last Sunday?
Mama took me to the opera opening.
Oh, really? I saw pictures of all of the society women at the Met openings, with their furs and their jewelry.
One woman had a diamond so heavy, she couldn't wear it.
No.
She had taxes on the diamond and was dragging it behind her.
I saw a picture. Some dowager was wearing a silver fox Val McCann, and her compact was the kneecap of a mink. All fuzz on the top of it. The mink is noted for the fuzz on its kneecap,
Mama said there was so much fur at the opera that two bears were sitting in the balcony and nobody noticed them.
Two real bears?
Well, nobody knew they were real bears until it got hot in the balcony.
And what happened?
An usher tried to help one of the bears take his coat off.
Oh, I see. I saw that bear later. It was using the usher's arm for a back scratcher. But tell me what else is new, Portland?
England is having its worst fog in years.
Oh, say, I wonder why the fog is so bad in England.
Well, Mama says it's because there's so much dew on the deck.
Dew on the deck. That does it. I guess I'll buy a paper and start back for home, Portland.
Can I come with you?
Oh, sure. Let's take a walk down Main Street.
All right.
Come on.
What does the paper say?
Say, here's an ad. Fire sale.
That's silly. Who would want to buy a fire?
Well, you can't tell. Somebody may have some old water left in a hose and want to get rid of it. Hey, here's an item. Look at this. The Labor Department says that it isn't true that wives spend more money for clothes than husbands. Husbands spend more for clothes than wives.
Well, most people think that women spend more than men.
Well, it seems to be a difference of opinion here, Portland, and there's only one way to find out. Let's ask some people now as we walk along Main Street. Now, this man coming along with the herringbone briefcase. Pardon me, sir.
Clacko is the name, son. Senator Clacko, that is. See me at my office, son. I don't pass out free seeds on the street.
Senator.
Yeah.
Senator, you remember me, Fred Allen?
Oh, yeah. As a rule, I never forget a face. With yours, I was just lucky.
Now, look, Senator.
Well, I've been busier than an octopus trying to let go of a piece of fly paper, son.
You've been busy?
Yeah, I'm working on the president's health plan.
Oh, the president has a plan to improve the nation's health?
I'm all for it, son. Show me a healthy nation, and I'll show you a nation that ain't sick.
Fine.
You can quote me on that.
Well,
son, last year I was on a committee. We raised $80,000 for research in lumbago.
Lumbago?
Yeah, we built a big laboratory.
Yes.
We got a rat. Shaved all the hair off its back.
Yes.
On a bitter cold day, we put that rat out in the rain with no umbrella.
Yeah.
The rat got lumbago.
I see.
50 doctors and 50 chemists started studying the rat, working day and night.
Yes.
Finally, they produced the lumbago serum.
Well, is the serum a success?
It won't cure people.
No.
But if you know a rat who's suffering from lumbago, son, you send that rat to me.
I'll scare up a few rats for you tomorrow, Senator. Tell me now about our question tonight, Senator. Do you think that men spend more money for clothes than women?
I know they do. We started that movement in the South. When I think of cutting down on women's clothing, I think of that great name Lee.
Robert E. Lee?
Gypsy Rose Lee. Go on, guys.
Say, Say, Main Street sure looks nice tonight, Portland, doesn't it?
Did you see this sign in the croppetous window?
The picture of the two bare feet?
Uh-huh. It says, which twin has the toenail?
Well, I guess that's the end of that joke for this time. There's nothing more you can do with the Tony after that. Say, look who's leaning against the lamppost, Portland.
Titus Moody.
Hi, Mr. Moody. Howdy, Bob. Well, Mr. Moody, you're looking well.
I'm glad to hear it.
You didn't know?
I broke my mirror late last summer.
Oh.
I ain't seen myself since Labor Day.
Well, you're looking well.
I'm glad and pleased to hear it.
Well, that's fine. Tell me, Mr. Moody, do you think women spend more on their clothes than men do?
Why, my wife, Miss Moody, don't.
Mrs. Moody is conservative?
Miss Moody is tighter than a small boy's hide after a turkey dinner.
She's stingy, eh?
Miss Moody takes after her father.
Oh.
At the wedding, her father wouldn't give the bride away.
How did you get her?
I'm renting Miss Moody at so much for the month.
That must have been some wedding.
Oh, it was. The bride had to have something old and something new, something borrowed and something blue.
What did she get?
Well, the something old was her mother.
Yeah.
Something new was her two front teeth.
Yeah.
Something borrowed was the front tire for the car.
And something blue?
The front tire blew as we was leaving the church.
And your wife hasn't bought any new clothes?
Not since the wedding.
Oh.
Miss Moody's been wearing a wedding dress for 40 years.
Right.
But the other morning she says, Moody, she says, I'm buying a new Lindsay Woolsey Mother Hubbard.
Uh-huh.
I says, after 40 years, Verbena Moody, I says, you're taking off your wedding dress?
And?
She says, yes, Moody, the honeymoon is over. So long.
Well, come on, Portland, let's start.
Look who's coming.
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum.
So who is Fleisching calling the name? Oh, it's you.
Yes, Mrs. Nussbaum. You look mad.
I'm boiling. Any minute I'm flying off the candle.
What's wrong?
So walking down Main Street, I'm seeing on Town Hall a sign, Inside Jam Session.
Inside Jam Session?
Thinking it is a food show with jellies and jams, I'm buying a ticket.
And when you got inside?
Is playing Bebopper, a band Izzy Gillespie.
Oh, Izzy? What is bebop? What is that?
Oh, this is mixing boogie-woogie with chive.
With chive. Well, tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, about our question. Do you think women spend more for their clothes than men?
Sometimes, to buying his wife fancy garments, her husband is overdoing it.
Oh, you know of an instance?
Mrs. Karesh Berkovich.
Yeah.
Without telling her husband, she's buying a platinum mink coat double-breasted. Mr. Berkovich, without telling his wife, is losing all his money in the stock market.
Oh.
What to do?
What to do indeed.
To paying for Mrs. Berkovich's mink coat, there is no money except her husband's life insurance.
And to get the life insurance money?
Mr. Berkovich is overdoing it.
How?
To getting double indemnity.
Yes?
He's dropping dead twice. Thank you.
Main Street with all these characters, Portland, looks like a comic supplement come to life.
You haven't found out about the clothing question, have you?
No, I haven't. Well, let's try this little man with the pea green beanie coming along. Pardon me, sir. Hey, Jack Cassidy.
Don't let me lean on you, boy. I just had a shock that would scare the cape off of Superman.
What? What happened?
Well, you see, I stopped in at Fogarty's fish market to buy a breast of shrimp for dinner.
Oh,
when I got home with the breast of shrimp,
yes,
I felt something crawling around inside me turtleneck sweater.
something crawling around.
Sure, I thought the worst got out of me watch and was on the loose. Well, I looked down me turtleneck, and there it was.
What?
A giant crab.
A giant crab? And it's still in there?
It is. I got me sweater full of cold seaweed to keep the crab fresh till Friday.
No wonder you're shaking, Ajax. But tell me, do you think men or women spend more for their clothes?
Me boy, a man can spend more than a woman if he goes to extremes.
Extremes.
But then you take Rinty Monaghan.
Yeah?
The time Rinty won the Irish sweepstakes, he moved to Park Avenue in a sunken duplex.
Oh, he did.
Rinty bought so many suits of clothes. The first year he spent $20,000 for mothballs alone. Now, Rinty had a morning suit for morning.
Yes.
A business suit for business.
Yes.
A walking suit for walking.
He had a suit for every occasion.
One day he had a Charlie horse. Rinty appeared in a riding habit.
Hey, Rinty was overdoing it.
The next thing I heard Rinty was doing, he was doing 30 days.
On account of his clothes?
He joined the union.
And?
They caught Rinty strutting down Park Avenue wearing a high hat and a union suit. Goodbye to you.
Goodbye. Well, come on, Gordon. Let's go.
Where do I look in this music store?
In the music store? Say, what's that sheet music, that song in the window there?
Buttons and Bows. It's number 1 on the hit parade.
Oh, Buttons. Say, you know, last night I dreamed that Jack Eigen was playing a record. It was Al Goodman and his orchestra and the 5 DeMarco sisters doing Buttons and Bows. And you know something, Portland? It sounded like this.
West and the long one I have chosen. Let's go where I'll keep on wearing those frills and flowers and buttons and gold and lace and buttons and bows. Don't bury me in this prairie, take me where the seamen roll. Let's move down to some big town where it all buttons, gals, buttons, cutters, buttons, clothes, and out, buttons down in buttons and bows. Buckskin oysters that I won't find, but I love you longer, stronger, where your friends don't show the guy. My boots are now so much more fun than the Texas hurts my toes. Leave us for moose where gals keep using those silk that satin. That's yours, and I'm all yours in buttons and bows. Buttons and bows. Where women are women and high silk hose and peaceable clothes and fresh perfume that rocks the room and a year's for to be all yours in buttons and bows.
Portland, look, there's Kenny Delmont standing on the corner.
He's talking to somebody, but nobody's there.
Say, it looks as though he's giving himself an argument. Say, Kenny may start a fight with himself. I'm going over and see what's wrong.
Now, listen, you, it stands to reason that nobody can beat the Ford dealer at taking care of your Ford. His mechanics work on Fords hour after hour, day after day, week after week.
Kenny.
I'll be with you in a minute, Fred. Now, get this straight. The Ford dealer can give you genuine Ford parts. And he uses factory-approved methods and special Ford equipment. Think what that means.
Kenny.
Please, Fred, don't interrupt. Listen, brother, you can't deny that. The Ford dealer's special methods and equipment save time and labor costs. When you want a real service job, always bring your Ford back home to your Ford dealer.
Say, Kenny.
Okay, Fred, what can I do for you?
Well, look, Kenny, it's none of my business, but to whom are you talking?
Oh, nobody, Fred. I was just rehearsing.
Rehearsing?
Someday, someplace, I may meet a man who hasn't heard about Ford service. I want to be ready for him.
Well, do you really think that your talk was convincing?
Convincing? I just heard myself. I've got to get going.
Where?
To my Ford dealers. I'm taking my Ford back home for service. So long, Fred.
So long, Kenny. Say, Porter, have you seen this new store on Main Street?
New store?
On the other corner, Pike's Pet Shop.
I wonder if Mr. Pike has a Pekingese.
Why?
We can go in and see Pike's Peak.
Portland, That sounds like a joke you'd find in a letter from Mary Livingston's mother. Say, it's a swell night tonight. Let's keep walking for a little while.
I can't. I have to go and buy Mama a Christmas present.
Oh, well, the 5 and 10 is just across the street, Boylet. I'll see you later.
Good night.
Good night. Well, I think I'll walk along a little farther. All the stores are decorated for Christmas. Santa Clauses are out on the street corners ringing their bells. I think I'll give this old Santa Claus a quarter. Here you are, Santa Claus.
Thank you, sir, and a Merry Christmas.
Hey, you're not Santa Claus. You're Henry Morgan. Henry, what are you doing with that red suit and white beard playing Santa Claus?
Well, I've been slightly out of work, Fred.
Yes?
This is the only job I could get.
Well, there's no sign on your chimney, Henry. Are you with the Salvation Army?
No.
The Volunteers of America?
No.
Well, for whom are you collecting money?
Morgan Foundation.
Well, what is the Morgan Foundation?
The Morgan Foundation is a small charitable venture dedicated to help Morgan circumvent malnutrition.
Oh.
The fact that I happen to be Morgan is purely coincidental and should not detract from the aims of this worthy organization.
But, Henry, you in that dirty ermine, a part-time Kris Kringle.
Oh, I'm doing very well, Fred. I got a capital gains deal with this chimney outfit there.
Oh, have you? Going over to the other side, eh? But, Henry, is this the first time you've worked since I saw you last fall?
No, I've had other jobs, Fred.
Oh, really? What other jobs?
Well, for a while at Hamburger Heaven, I was the chaplain.
The chaplain at Hamburger Heaven?
When the chef would finish cooking a hamburger, I'd call the roll up yonder.
What happened?
Well, one night at closing time, 3 hamburgers were missing.
Yes?
I was asked to exhale.
And?
On my breast, there was a trace of piccalilli.
Oh.
As chaplain, I was unfrocked.
Well, after you quit your celestial chores at Hamburger Heaven...
Then I went to work for Dr. Gallup.
Oh, taking polls?
Yes. My first job was the presidential election.
Henry, you two picked Dewey?
No, Fred. I had it figured out better than that.
Harry Truman?
Norman Thomas.
And you were through, eh?
Well, not right away. Dr. Gallup called me into his office and he said, Henry, I'll give you one more chance.
What happened then?
I picked Army over Navy by 20 points.
Henry, what kind of jobs are these for you? Why, you're a great radio comedian. Radio, yes, it is true, Henry. Radio needs you.
Radio is all washed up, Fred, and I'm getting ready.
Ready for what?
I'm taking a course at a television acting school.
A television acting school?
Yes, all the big stars of television are in my class.
What stars?
Well, there are 3 hockey players from the New York Rangers.
Yes, I've seen them on television.
2 trained seals, a dancing bear, Ed Sullivan.
Oh. That sounds like some school.
When you graduate, you know, you get a television Ph.D.
Ph.D.?
Picture of Howdy Doody.
Henry, forget television. You belong in radio.
Fred, radio is dead.
Dead?
Radio City is a tombstone, 60 stories high.
But, Henry...
Radio killed itself.
How?
With those quiz shows, giveaway programs, those singing jingles.
What's wrong? What's wrong with singing jingles?
Well, Fred, take that Life Boy jingle.
Yeah?
Now, before radio, even your best friend wouldn't tell you.
Yeah?
Today, 4 strangers in a quartet yell it at you.
Yes, I guess you're right, Henry. There's plenty wrong with radio.
And that's why I'm waiting for television.
But you have the same problems in television.
Oh, you're wrong, Fred. I'll show you. Now, take those crime programs.
Crime programs?
In radio, a crime program sounds something like this. The case of the missing glove. Or, it was only a mitten, but they knew the murderer had a hand in it. I am Mittens Morgan, international elephant thief. They call me Mittens because they always wear mittens on a job. In case the elephant gets away, nobody can't find no fingerprints. Right now, I got a hot elephant in the closet. I gotta lay low here till this thing blows up. Who's knocking? Must be one of the gang. Come in.
Okay, Mittens, the jig is up.
See, Second of Allen.
You got a hot elephant on the premises.
How did you know, Flatfoot?
I got wind of it coming up the stairs. You're under arrest, Mittens. Let's go.
Not so fast, copper.
Mittens, put down that blackjack.
Oh, that didn't do it, copper. I'll have to choke you to death. That didn't do it either, but this will do it.
Mittens, not the gun.
Oh, no? Take this.
Oh, you got me, Mittens, but you won't get away.
Oh, no?
I've got 3 FBI men outside. With my last breath, I'll blow my whistle.
3 FBI men. I'll have to shoot it out.
Okay, Pete. Oh.
That takes care of the first one.
Okay, Pete.
There's the second, Flatfoot.
Where's Mittens, Chief?
Here I am, copper.
Oh.
I gotta get out of here. Now, where'd I put that elephant? Oh, yeah, the closet. I remember. Come on, Jumbo. You and me has got business with Sabu. There you are, Fred.
I see what you mean, Henry.
See, Fred, in radio, a crime program is 90% sound effects. The sound man does all the work.
Well, what will crime programs be like in television?
Sound man, he's out.
Out, eh?
Yeah, the actors will have to really stab each other and shoot each other.
Okay.
The audience will actually see the crime committed.
How do you mean?
A television show will look something like this. WNBT presents its new television crime feature, Henry Morgan, Big Game Thief. I gave them coppers a slip. They'll never catch Morgan, a big game thief. Who's that? I forgot to lock the door.
Okay, Morgan. The jig is up.
You ain't got nothing on me, copper.
Oh, no? Somebody broke into Frank Buck's apartment. There's a hippopotamus missing. Let's go, Morgan.
No, you don't, copper.
Morgan, put down that blackjack.
No. Well, I'm afraid that didn't do so good, cop. I'll have to choke you to death. That didn't do so good either, but this will.
Morgan, not the gun.
Take that.
You got me, Morgan. But there are 3 FBI men outside. With my last breath, I'll blow my whistle.
Three FBI men, eh? I'll have to shoot it out with them. That takes care of the first one. You want me, Chief? That's the second one. Oh. That's the end of that. Now I gotta make my getaway. Well, there you are, Fred.
Say, crime programs on television will be a lot different.
Oh, yeah, the actors are going to have to do everything.
But, Henry, getting hit on the head, being choked, is going to be pretty tough on the actors.
Oh, think of the employment that's going to create.
Employment, Henry. Henry, if an actor is killed...
Fred, crime shows will have to have bodies every week.
Oh.
Now, a dead actor in television is good for another 10 years.
If he's embalmed.
Naturally.
What about commercials, Henry?
Fred, in radio, they've been getting away with murder.
How do you mean?
Well, suppose that crime program we just did was sponsored by a dog biscuit company.
Yeah.
Now, in radio, the announcer would step up to the microphone and say, "Dog lovers, has your dog been sluggish lately? Has he been forgetting where he buries his bones? If he has, do your dog a favor. Get him a box of Barker's dog biscuits today. 1 box of Barker's dog biscuits contains more iron than 3 tons of spinach, more energy than 5 gallons of gasoline, more calcium than Dick Haynes' teeth." Watch how Bowser goes for them. Here, Bowser, here, Bowser. Now, Bowser, what have I got in my hand? That's right, a box of Barker's dog biscuits. Oh. Isn't that wonderful. Just listen to Bowser sniff that locked-in goodness. Now, up on your hind legs. Here's a biscuit. Wasn't that good? How good? Folks, I just wish you could see Bowser wagging his tail. Goodbye, Bowser. There goes a happy dog. And you, too, can have a happy dog if you feed your dog Barker's Dog Biscuits. Remember, Barker's Dog Biscuits are untouched by human hands. They're made by other dogs. You see what I mean about radio commercials, Fred? The radio tells you all about a lot of things that nobody sees.
And one of the actors always plays the dog.
Sure, but in television, you'll have to get a real dog.
A real dog?
Sure. When they start the same commercial in television, you'll just see a box on the screen, and then the announcer will say, "Recognize this box, folks. It's Weekhart, the dog food served in leading kennels everywhere. Weekhart, jam-packed full of nutrition. Each box of Weekhart contains more iron than one automobile skid chain. More vitamin A, more rock salt than one rock. My assistant is demonstrating the rock. Thank you. More vitamin A than one coat hanger. Thank you, assistant. Yes, folks, if you want to have the liveliest dog in the neighborhood, feed him Weekhart. Here's a dog that's been raised on Weekhart since he's a pup. Here, Fido. Here, Fido. Over here, Fido. That's a good dog. Now, Fido, what am I holding in my hand? Fido? My hand?
Fido.
Fred, show him my hand.
Look up, Fido.
What am I holding in my hand, Fido? Fido? All right, Fido, stop going off. Tell me what I've got in my hand. Fred, why doesn't he bark?
Who knows? Try putting the box closer to him, Henry.
Here, Fido, sniff. Sniff. Sniff that rock-in goodness. Come on, boy, sniff. Fido, breathe. That's right. Now sniff a little.
Henry, maybe if you opened the package.
All right, here, Fido. Doesn't that look yummy?
Henry.
Isn't that delicious? Well,
he's ignoring the whole thing.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, if your dog won't eat Weekhart, it makes a dandy breakfast cereal for the whole family. Order breakfast cereal, Snap, Crackle, and Pop. Weekhart is the only breakfast cereal that barks. Remember, if it isn't good enough for a dog, it's good enough for you.
Before we end another visit to our Ford dealer shop, your genial host suggests that you drive in to see him tomorrow and let him prescribe a get-ready for winter treatment for your car. With his special equipment and special factory-approved methods, your Ford dealer can do the job right at a down-to-earth price. Next week, our guest will be Miss Shirley Booth. Thank you and good night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.